Hello, everybody. How's it going? I went to the wrong scene. There it is. There it is. I fixed it.
I
Everybody,
actually remembered to
it.
go to the right scene, the new overlay scene.
Oh shit!
Wow.
I forgot to do
Amazing.
something.
You did?
Incredible.
Yeah,
I'm playing.
Yeah, I didn't mute both of your.
I love
stream on
it.
my
It's
thing.
so pretty.
Oh, that's fair. That's
It's
fair.
so pretty. Argon
Oh,
did such a
my
good job.
ears.
I gotta make the chat a little smaller, but
How did I mute?
Argon did such a good job, guys. Look at it. It's so pretty.
He's so pretty. I really like it. Like, it's really well done.
Yeah, it's so cozy feeling too, which is
It
what
is.
like, really gets me.
Sorry, just altering things a little bit.
But hello, everybody. We are here a little earlier than usual because it's Canada Day.
Canada Day.
Canada
We're
Day.
excited for Death.
Did that too. No, that didn't change anything.
How did I mute your
Especially
stream?
since I'm doing Rain World and Tuna's doing 9 Souls. It's going to be fine.
In the link, do you have volume equals 0? It should mute it.
Yeah, I think it should be muted by default.
Let me look. Probably.
But
Yeah, it just I'm hearing everything in double and double and double and double.
Oh.
It's okay. You just have to deal with the super echo. But that's weird.
Yeah.
Especially because, like, if you just copied the same link that...
Yeah, volume should be 0. There is also a muted option equals false. You could set to true. Muted as well. See if that helps.
Yeah.
Oh, Death, thank you for the resub! 39 months. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Go here.
That's crazy.
We're,
true.
Oh, maybe it fixed itself. Our encoder was overloaded a teeny bit, but I changed all the settings. I turned the little pop-up windows down even further. They're now 360p on my end.
Okay, there we go. Now I'm not hearing everything in multiple.
Yay!
Let me just
no
unmute myself.
Okay, that's something.
Why is my chat dark on my OBS?
Good question.
To be fair, it's the first time I'm using this.
I like my chat to be dark, like my soul.
Yeah, no, but I kind of need it though.
Yeah.
Chat. There we go. Now I can see everyone talking.
Okay, there should be notifications now.
Now do this.
I
go just that's all.
Yeah, the encoding's well, it says encoding overload, but nothing's slowing down or lagging. So like I don't know what the what that means.
I can have this there.
Okay.
Nothing quite like Scuff at the beginning of the stream.
We love Scuff.
Yeah.
Also,
can people tell where I got inspired by the Scuff?
Let me make sure.
Ooh, good question.
It should be.
There was clear inspiration,
but I cannot wait to show my slug cat.
Yeah, I guess on our end, let us know if you see slowdown.
Scuff. All right,
we're connected.
I'm all good on my side.
Yeah, because if you see a decent amount of slowdown or something, I'll adjust things.
Thank you so much for 19 months. Scuff. We live for Scuff. Scuff is life.
Scuff is love. Scuff is life.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amazing.
So I got like a cute like customization mods for my slug cats that I'm super excited about. So Suits a slug cat. I made Suits as a slug cat. You get them.
Oh my god!
Oh, it's beautiful.
So cute.
And we'll see in the game how big this tail really is.
That's incredible. I love that.
Yeah, you can just like color it any way you want. I love this mod.
Suit-cat.
Yeah, Suit-cat. Gonna start this.
I'm just running back and forth in the pick a file screen.
We can watch the sad cutscene together.
Yeah.
Of the Slug Cats family.
I debated making them like bigger, but I didn't want to like cut off the.
I love the artwork in this game.
I think we're good
Like,
to go.
Let me just do this really quick. Everyone's still gonna be able to hear me. I just don't want to give any info.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Make it like taller. Is that
Yeah. Again, chat, just let me know if you start seeing lag on our end. It should be fine, but I'm gonna name myself Cage for no reason whatsoever.
for absolutely no reason?
Yeah, no reason at all.
I don't know why you would do that. That's so weird.
That's so silly.
What a silly guy. Am I right?
And I'll do this. We go back into the streaming.
Okay,
Alright.
we're going to start jumping in then? Not yet.
Yep, I just logged in.
And I just logged in too.
Excellent. Good God, it's beautiful. Exactly. Look at this dog.
Good God, it's perfect.
It's
Okay,
just.
where am I? I'm really scared to see where I start. What the?
Oh.
Did you start in a good spot?
Did we say what everyone's playing, by the way?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. It was kind of on the opening screen, but
Look at my tail.
oh God, it's miles long. So I'm playing Majora's Mask. Or well, Nicolas Cage is Mask.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good.
Get it
This is a
right.
really good representation of the length.
I think you meant
playing-
Majora's Cage.
Yeah, that's fair. That works.
Majora's Cage.
Yep, I like it.
I am
I'm
playing
playing-
Rain World.
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah,
playing Super Mario Sunshine.
And I'm playing Nine Soul.
yeah.
So
and we all
Yali
have
sent me a
Deathlink on.
crazy skill that I can
We
use.
all have Deathling on. That is important.
Yeah.
Yes, we all have Deathlink. We got the counter going. I am long cat. Oh. Oh, it's so good. I love this.
Here, let me offer chat a demonstration.
Ah!
Ah! That was so sad.
Already?
Oh my god.
There
Oh,
we
you
go.
got to see my
Okay. If
Oh,
you
it's
guys
fine.
die in this opening bit, I'm gonna have to re-get Flood.
Oh no,
Stop
okay. Whoops.
you get to
I
see
will
my
play
death
better.
pose.
It's okay.
So
I
this
can
is what
at
you get to
least skip
see
it.
every time I die.
Oh yeah, the Family Guy death pose.
Yeah, you get to see this every time.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell what's inside a chest because normally they're skinned based on the archipelago item, but instead they've got a Nicolas Cage face on top of them.
So I think I'm in. Ooh.
You two, you all already gave me crazy stuff.
The heck?
Okay, I'm gonna have to.
Wow, that's a door.
I'm in a terrarian. Oh.
It's also worth noting, for me, I'm only starting with the spray nozzle. I don't even have the hover nozzle
There's
yet.
so many things to
Oh.
collect.
Wait, I
Mystic.
don't even have my scout mode. Oh
Well,
shit.
I have scout mode for Fat Tuna King here.
I need that.
Okay, let me get over it.
That's like, thank you. That's like my first basic thing I need to just play the game.
Green medicine.
Very nice, very
Use it when there's magic low, but first we empty bottle. Okay, sure. Gate garbage waste of the Shaded Citadel for soot. I can get your garbage gate.
Yay!
I can get a pipe vial for tuna.
That's an ailing item I can use.
I can get a blue coin for Appleseed.
Hey, blue coins help me get more checks.
I need to eat
so-
this. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm doing food quests. I have to eat one of every food in order to complete my game.
The
Yeah,
Don
I'm
Garo
doing-
mask is so expensive.
And
My-
I'm doing
my
the
goal
true
is-
ending. I'm gonna suffer.
My goal is getting 50 shine sprites, but I also have blue coin sanity on. Because that's new. and
Okay,
like
I
to
can't-
try it.
I can't afford it anymore. Okay. I'm too poor now.
The archipelago is really fun. It's
Yeah.
apparently in unstable condition, but it still runs pretty well,
Oh my
from
gosh.
what I've gathered.
Hate it. I hate almost everything
We
about
got
this.
this, Bilbo.
There we go. Found another food. So I got at least... Oh my god. I have to eat a lot. Okay, I'm gonna eat you too.
Hold on. What difficulty am I doing at the Swordmaster School? Am I doing wireless or 1 p.m.?
That's a great question.
Wireless
Only you
costs
can
1
answer.
key, and 1 p.m. costs 5 rupees.
Ooh, another blue coin. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey.
If I get 10 of those, I can get a check, so...
Okay, there's at least
Oh.
a lot of food in this
Okay,
area.
that was the wrong one.
So
Okay.
Go down.
that's
Yeah,
No,
wireless was
pretty
incorrect.
nice.
It was not Hoot Wireless. Want to try it? Yes, I will try 1 p.m. for 5 rupees. That's not enough company added to the annex. Okay.
It's not enough company added to the annex, Tweak.
I'm so sorry.
Don't you understand? It's not enough company!
Yeah, not enough. You need more.
More company!
More!
More to company.
Who has the annex?
The company, dudes.
Oh god. Okay, maybe there's some money in the grass. Because everyone leaves money in the grass.
Yeah.
There is ways to spray while moving, by the way, everyone, but it's really difficult
God,
and super wonky.
I just realized those were Nicolas Cages in the wall.
Of course they were.
Get...
Okay, new progressive item. What is it? A stun trap for Soot. Oh.
Oh no! Ah!
That's a very good progressive.
It was so good.
What a nice item. Kind of you.
Oh. This will be challenging. It'll be a little challenging.
Nah.
Where's this?
If I get
It'll be fine.
if I get bombs, I will try. Oh my gosh! I need to look at that sign after. Oh, that is nightmare fuel. I just saw it out of the corner of my eye, but I had to get a good look at it. Oh, progressive magic, nice.
Ooh.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Pearl sent to Soot. Okay.
Got pearl?
Okay, hold on. Let's.
I crashed.
Oh, I
No.
hate it. Oh, you crashed. Don't
Oh
do that.
no!
No. I just crashed into the wall. Nothing.
Oh.
No, like, archipelago crashed. Sorry, I should have specified that.
I
How the heck?
I hate this. I don't know if anyone can see what's on my screen right now, but I hate it.
Karma sent to Soot. What is
Oh,
karma?
nice.
Is that
Karma helps me unlock
God.
gates
It's-
to go to specific areas.
It's as if Nicolas Cage was an Octorok.
one of my favorite parts about doing an
It's beautiful,
archipelago is like you get that maybe like 1 or 2 games, you know. In this case, for me, it's
Crab
Majora's
Cage,
Mask.
yeah.
And then it's like
Get
I
the fuck
know
away from me.
nothing about Nine Souls or Raid the World, so I don't know what's important to y'all.
Wait.
Perfect.
Oh, this
Oh.
is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
Oh, they
my
changed
God.
all the
No.
posters in town.
No. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No.
Oh. What?
Bad.
I'm fine.
I got cornered by a giant millipede.
Okay, death counter's at 2. Don't worry, everybody. We are like 10 minutes in with 2 deaths. I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah. Everything will be fine.
It's not like the first one was just to show them.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna try and get some blue coins around here first before I go to the Undo Hills.
Oh god.
Hopefully they're the easy blue coins. I'm not used to having to get all blue coins. This will be fun.
Again.
Oh, I guess I should have mentioned too. I have double damage on from like Master Quest mode, so everything hits harder.
Oh, you too?
Yeah. Dekubaba almost one-shot me.
Oh my god.
I truly love the duality of all of you playing like kind of darker toned games and me being like, I want to play Sunshine.
Yeah, I mean,
I got to spear on damage on Grace.
We'll see who's raging the most at the end.
It is a game about.
I do feel like it might be me.
And environmental destruction.
God, this.
Thank you for the
Watching
purple
a
rupee, by the way.
cat crawl through
You're
things is so cursed. It just keeps stretching.
Oh God, are all the Beatles Nicolas
Yeah,
Cages?
vandalism. It's very
Everything
intense.
is.
Everything is Nicolas Cage. Embrace your fate.
I don't know why I didn't understand that everything was Nicolas Cage.
Would you let me jump on your head? Thank you.
Alright, I got a save point before someone else
I
dies.
think I killed the lizard.
For 27 easy installments.
Yep, it's dead.
Why am I struggling to do this so much?
Oh,
no.
Wait, what? I got
Oh,
explosion. Information for the public introduction visit status and left me a sign annotations. Edit to read it. What? I got explosions.
Problem. I need help.
Oh.
To progress, I need a grappling hook.
Oh.
Oh no!
Hints
One
should
more.
be free if we want
There
to
we
do
go.
a hint.
So we can't go over there.
Oh, that's the wrong branch.
I
Damn.
wonder.
There, I will keep that lizard there to warn the others.
I
messed it
might have a way to skip this.
Oh, a skip already. Amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know
this
the
might
game
be
at all.
a giant millipede. Hello, Geo. Okay, I do not see the giant millipede. Those things, they are
One
evil.
more pineapple for this.
There's no other way to
bitch.
put it. They are just evil.
I just need to go grab. Who died first? Tweak.
Yeah.
I heard a hiss. I don't like that. I heard a hiss.
Okay, oh my god, I hate doing that. You gotta walk up that, like, log at a perfect angle, and you can walk up it even though you're not supposed to. I'll go back to it eventually.
Lady, can you talk to me, please? Thank you.
Oh shit! I got ceiling spidered. Oh my god, that made me jump. Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
god. Wow.
I
Jeez.
tried to give you an ocean sculpture token.
Oh.
I'm trying
There
to be kind.
There was a Skulltula on the ceiling. It just dropped to the ground and hit me in the face, and I died.
I got what I need. Maybe I'll be
So
able to do
lucky
my
there
skip.
is a lot of food in
Oh,
this
that-
area.
That was brutal.
Oh.
Is this how dangerous the game was meant to
Who
be?
did die first?
It was me when I tested. Oh
Ah.
gosh, do I want to fight a pea hat? It can probably one-tap me.
Oh, wrong.
No, come here. Come here. Come here. No, come here.
Ah, no, I cannot do this. Oh yeah, I did. Ooh.
Okay, if I die, it's not my fault.
Could have two scrapping. That's a good point.
I was murdered.
Lizard's there.
Take vengeance. Okay. I did it. I beat the pea hat.
Oh, no. Ooh.
Hold. Okay, now you can die. Ledge grab for tuna.
Oh, that's really good.
Thank God I fought the pea hat. Skulltula falls again. Yeah.
No. Yeah, I'm also just I'm gonna say this. I am absolutely not expecting to beat this.
Yeah, I mean we might. We have kind of an allotted time, so we're just gonna go as far as we can.
Yeah,
Yes.
go for as long as we can, and you know.
We got a couple like things as well. Like we can use a couple free checks to keep ourselves going if we get stuck in things. Oh my!
That is
Yeah,
true.
exactly.
It's gonna have.
The owls
I
have a
just want
Nick
to get out
Cage
of
under
this
them.
area, please.
It
Please,
could
if
have.
nobody can die for like 1 second.
One. Okay, now everybody can die. Well, you said 1 second.
Biggest. thing for me is the fact that I'm not entirely sure where all the
So long.
things are.
Also, by the way,
Ooh, good point.
For those just entering
Nowhere
stream, do you like my very like normal slug cats?
The tail's so
It
long.
looks so normal.
I'm just a cat snake.
I can't believe it let you make it that long. That's a good mod.
Tweak found me it too, and I'm so happy. Oh my god.
It was like I'm
You can just
cursing.
customize your slug cats.
I was like, I'm cursing mine with Nick Cage in this. Like, okay, let's look up some more cursed mods.
Oh yeah, no, Rain World has a lot of mods.
I got an electric spear for suit.
What time is it? Okay, I still got a little time.
Oh, nice.
In game, sorry.
Yeah, I also have DLC stuff, activated. So I've never seen that spear before. It's probably DLC.
God, this bank. I can either deposit money or don't drop the shrimp. Yes. Sometimes you just have to tell the bank not to drop your shrimp.
Please don't drop my shrimp thing. I need that.
Blue coin for
Give me a
apple.
shrimp cocktail, please. Oh, thank you.
My tail isn't even in, like, the right place. Oh no! What? No! That was in the pipe!
Oh!
I'm
Oh,
sorry, a lizard. It
Oh, that was a
snatched
game
me.
over too.
It snatched me in the pipe! I didn't even see it!
Oh god, I died in a shop. Oh god.
Because
Another
of the
one.
game over, I guess.
Oh, it was like delayed for the same one.
This game is just stupid like that sometimes.
Yeah, I will not count that as a
Because I-
double if it's the same one.
Oh my god. I just
Oh.
woke up dead.
I forgot about
Because
the
I
bomb
hadn't
shop.
gotten a shine sprite yet, my game hadn't saved yet, so now I
Oh,
have
no.
to do everything over.
I'm s-
Oh, that's
I'm so
brutal.
Sorry.
I mean, I don't have to get the blue
Okay,
coins again.
there's
It
tons of
won't
okay.
centipedes.
but-
It's fine.
I can
I
give a
have
progression
so
item for
much
Appleseed
food.
for 27, so I need to get some more rupees. Oh, I have 2 progression items for Appleseed, but I need more money.
Can I do this?
I'm too
No, I
poor.
can't. Dang it.
At least I know where they are. I think I can pay for the wireless.
Okay, so now no. Save.
Oh,
God.
yeah, right.
I
First boss.
forgot the lizards say
We're gonna be game
First
over.
boss,
they
uh-oh.
say nom
First
when they
mini boss,
approached
I mean.
me, and I just heard a nom and it scared me. And it's specifically the Team Fortress Heavy saying
So this guy's supposed to say you have to get 30 points to win. He said I have 30 hours to win, which seems way easier. Oh no, was there a death? Am I gonna die in
No.
training? Okay.
Please,
No.
please no, please,
We're done.
please.
I'm very close to getting the score.
It's okay, I'm cooking.
No, 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 no. Wait.
got him.
You stay over there. You
Okay, we
stay
got
over there, please. Stay over there.
It was an 1-up for Apple.
Hey,
Yay.
I'll take that. That prevents me from getting game overs.
Oh gosh, the children are Nicolas Cage's.
Oh my god.
Hold on, I
Imagine
want.
if you just woke up and there was baby Nicolas Cage everywhere.
Okay, what are the rules for the being a bomber or being a detonator? Sorry, I tell everyone. Every fireman has 1 comment. Introduction. Their names and photos. It's simple. 20 come in your book.
Oh,
Status.
The
He
electric spear did
promised to
good.
help them. Mark promise. I promise. Until you find someone, the problem is it makes you happy. Hey, Felix was happy. Or no signs. Use the staff of promise. People will follow. She happy. Don't forget the rules. I don't understand the rules.
no.
forget them,
I hope you have a big
I'm
bag
going the other
week.
way.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, no.
Oh, you're already full of money.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna start spending it already. Yeah, I hit full. I was empty though when you sent it to me.
I
So
want to see
Yeah,
what's
I
up.
send you a silver rupee.
progressive item for Apple. Blue coin.
Don't follow, she happy.
Okay, I have another 10 pumps, 30 rupees. They sell well. You need bag.
Being smart
Okay.
this time, y'all. We're saving
Wait, they said,
regularly.
well, you need back
Blue coin for apple.
Oh, I also realized I forgot to put my.
No!
Hi, Moon.
I forgot to put
Nope.
my little Mario hat.
Oh,
Rain
crap.
trap.
I'm gonna
Okay.
fix
Sorry.
that. Hang on.
The drench is coming.
Fat Tuna King, the G Clan family precept. Sure.
Hello, Moon. How
Huh?
you doing?
Oh,
Don't know what that was, but you have it now.
Oh. Oh, that was just the game just sussed me out.
Oh.
I actually do have more time.
Oh. Game was just being mean. Oh gosh.
Oh, did I get a time trap?
It's 11 in game. I need to go.
I got you a rain trap.
What? Oh my gosh.
Yep,
I'm in
what
Shang
it was.
Chong Toon.
Whee!
I thought this was Clock
Hi,
Town.
Moon.
East of Chung City. Okay.
Ow.
Ow!
About us. Okay. Wow, imagine having a sign on your store that just says about us and then it's blank.
Fish. I got a fish.
About us?
Fish.
We got nothing.
Yeah.
Lot of fish. Oh. Okay.
More
I
blue
see.
coins.
So.
Chungus. Yes.
One of my first printer thing that I can print is like my database secret mural 1. The filler at the bottom. Fatuna King probably doesn't care about this item at all.
My options for the Song of Time were name star or name.
Name star? Or name?
No.
Let me get this to Apple. Blue coins are important to you, Apple, right?
They help me get checks for every like 10 of them.
Oh my god, finally.
1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 in my printer, so I can give you some. I can give you 1 for now.
Give me the shine
I
sprite.
don't like this.
Just gonna grab it.
I
Guess I'm gonna grab everything.
do not like this. There's a centipede in there.
Oh, this
No.
is criminal. I need to remedy something. Whoa.
Is it No.
Shine.
There's absolutely nothing.
I don't like
First
this.
happening.
This is criminal. I
I'm gonna-
need,
I need to go the
remedy or
other way.
something.
Thank you for following.
Chungus.
Welcome to the orchard.
Hey. Stare.
If you're just entering, there's a lot of panic here right now with all of us.
I'm just currently waiting to impersonate the Nicolas Cage whose room I'm gonna steal as Nicolas Cage.
It's okay. I'm not offended. It's all good.
Hello, Joanna.
Oh, you took my crown. What the fuck,
I don't want
Joanna?
a deal. I don't want a deal.
How dare
No,
you touch
go
my
away,
crown?
go away, go away.
Ah.
It's beautiful.
I keep defaulting to wanting to use the hover nozzle in this game, and then remembering, oh, I don't have that.
Go away. Go. No.
Man. Everything is just very slightly. Oh my gosh, that's the most unsettling one yet.
Okay. Okay, please.
Guess let's go back to Bianco Hills. And beat up PD Piranha.
Hey, name size. Do you have a reservation? Yeah. You have reservation, yeah? English Cage about us.
No.
English Cage, hello, name. Your room is Blue Owl. About us, Blue Owl. Second action. Okay. Shine Sprite for Appleseed.
Yeah!
I need this for food
Give me
quests.
shines! If you find shines, I need those.
Apparently,
Those
it
are, like,
also gave me
crucial.
2 laptops. What? Brentford
good
News. All music venues, United States, 2 laptops. Okay.
Ow.
Alright. Hell yeah.
Sweet. I didn't even know laptops existed in Majora's Mask.
Please,
I think I got this.
please tell me there'll be a hatch
Yeah.
soon.
Technically.
Hello, Shark! NCB, hello!
What do you mean?
Oh,
Shark.
no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Excuse
no,
me,
it's
Army
just the
Protection Support piece.
ring. Go, 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 go,
Why
go.
does that sound so cute?
Go, 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 go.
Everything is totally normal.
I don't know what that is, but
You don't remember Totally Normal Majora's Mask?
I think
Yeah,
I might
that's
be
totally
screwed
normal.
anyway.
classic and normal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nothing weird about it.
Yeah, the one that you played before was
I think
weird.
I might be screwed.
Yeah, there's blue coins in the water, so we wanna.
I am sorry.
Aw.
Yeah,
I died from backflipping over a child.
Oh no, I warped
That was my greatest mistake.
Also, happy Maple Syrup Day, Shork. Happy Canada Day.
Yay!
Happy
Ow.
Canada Day to all the Canadians.
The land
Oh.
of poutines and maple syrups.
Oh shit.
Poutines, maple syrup, and
I need.
The child was
I need
T-posing. Yeah, that's true.
I need someone to die.
Oh,
No.
indeed.
No. Tuna, no.
are
No,
you trapped in
I'm
a spot? Oh.
I
just
jumped down a place I
died.
should not have jumped down, and the only way to get back up is with grappling hook.
Oh, because you don't have a grappling hook. Oh. Oh no.
I
And
also
I'm
just
stuck behind a
realized.
locked door.
Oh shit!
Ah,
I
this
also
fixed.
just realized how I can't really leave this area yet until you unlock the areas for me. So it's like I just gotta find hatches.
I unlocked the
Didn't
garbage
think
gate.
about the fact that every single time I'm gonna have to load back into the level.
No, that's true.
Oh man, this is really like I'm like just.
It
We're
will
all
get
living
easier
our
as we
own
start
hell.
getting like health and stuff too. But
It'll be easier for you guys, but that's when
True.
I'll start dying.
that's true.
This is really just endless suffering. There's a
Um,
freaking lizard. There's a lizard. Ooh, run!
I don't know if it matters at the moment, but I did unlock the garbage gate for you, whatever that one is.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I got a gate for you earlier.
If
too,
I
I'm not
can
sure which
get
one.
there,
I can't pop the balloon.
I'm just gonna.
I'm trying to
Need to
think what I can
see-
do at the moment. I might have found most of the checks in town.
Subterranean was leading.
Oh, there's the one up there.
to- I think it leads to the drainage system.
Yeah.
I need to make sure if that's the
Water.
drainage system. No, wait, garbage rate.
Well, I can go to the
You wanna
swamp.
give me back my
Ooh,
crown?
I need to check my. Okay,
Stop
I'm just gonna
staring.
hang there for a
Fine.
second. I'm gonna open up my log so I can actually see.
I forgot about the swamp. I can go check that.
Apparently, I got you an artifact recipe collection.
Archipelago.
This is the first time. Okay. The first time of what?
This is the first
Let
time.
me shout out.
It really is
Truly
the first
is.
time.
The first time.
Hello.
Status
Mystic.
water time? Xenium or name? Xenium.
I don't think there's any more
Tuna King.
Hi, that's me.
coins over here.
Yeah, check everybody out.
Yeah.
You
Welcome,
know,
welcome.
this is a randomized archipelago death link.
Oh gosh. Oh
What are you
gosh.
talking about? Red
There's-
faces always look like that.
Oh god, there's were cages.
This is just perfectly normal Majora's Mask.
Yeah.
And that tail is just hanging.
You don't remember the cage babas and the were cages?
Oh, the fairy cage.
Oh, stun trap for Soot.
No!
Why do I
Yeah,
have so
I know
many
I'm
progressive items that are traps?
A Death Mario.
Oh. Oh gosh, that thing's gonna one-shot me, isn't it? Okay, I got away from the were cages. They were trying to kill me.
Oh.
Can I can't even do that.
Speaking of crowd control, though, I think Rain World would be amazing with
Yeah, I
that.
might be able
Yeah.
to. Okay.
No?
Does it?
No? No?
Okay, I'm swimming
No
through the
nomming.
swamp. I think I can swim in the non-poison water. Yeah, okay. Well,
Yeah, so you
as long as I don't swim in the poison water, we should be fine.
you got me the
Not
garbage
having-
waste to the shaded citadel. Okay.
Oh, okay.
not
Can I do
having
this skip?
the hover nozzle is
Which place are you in right now?
messing with
I'm
my
in the
brain.
subterranean.
Oh, okay, so it's not. It's none of those.
Up here.
Don't fall, don't
Now
fall,
we go
don't fall.
down here.
Apple, don't fall. Don't you dare.
Do it.
Do it.
Take
No,
that fall
don't.
damage.
No! I won't, you can't make me.
She's selling a cage, a blue drink for
What?
60 rupees.
Flood
Brave
keeps being
fairy.
like, you should use the hover nozzle. And I'm like, I would if I had it, Flood.
A pipe vial.
Right.
I wonder where your hover nozzle
okay,
is.
I know where I'm going now.
Yeah, that's something that, like, I'm gonna need early on.
Because it actually put me
Pretty
in,
stuff.
like, the final
The cage
area
fairy, yeah.
in the game. So I
Cage
do not
monkey.
want to be going
I don't even
down.
know, like, how much platforming
Okay, we're
I'm
fine.
personally capable of doing.
Now
Yeah,
this
we
is some luck.
actually want to go up.
Okay, this is gonna suck. If I accidentally get clipped by the cage turtle,
No!
I'm in trouble. Oh! Okay.
Yeah, like, that's already something that I'm, like,
We're gonna
struggling
go
with
Oh,
that for.
Welcome back.
it didn't kill me. I had 1 hit
Welcome
protection.
back, Dan!
Welcome back!
Oh gosh, the 1 hit protection worked.
Hey, Ben. Hope everyone's day has been good.
Oh look, it's
Yeah.
Cage
Me
the
and,
Witch.
Tweak hung out and played Dark Tide mostly today because he has shortened
Nice.
hours, so that was
Yeah.
nice.
Okay,
You guys are already
I used to
camped
play
up
Dark
for
Tide.
good.
It's been forever.
it's so good. Addictions are real. I like to play as a nerd in Dark Tide, so I play Dork Tide.
I only have 1 character animated, Ogrin. That is
Oh.
very
No,
long.
no, no! I almost
Nice.
had it! I almost had it! Shit.
I can't go over there.
Gosh, that Cage Witch is terrifying. What's this? He hit a boy's skull in a comedy?
So
That's
I might-
funny.
I just need to find all the hatches then.
If it's just a baby with a skull, what can he do?
No!
Yeah, I mean, not
If
that
it's true,
anyone
take
would be
shots.
Surprised.
Okay, I'll take a shot.
Blood! I would
I made
love to use a
Psyker.
hover nozzle, Blood!
Oh,
I
shine
got
sprite.
you a grenade.
Oh, another shine sprite.
So I.
Oh, that was supposed to give me the red potion. Okay, I guess that
No,
Witch in the Woods is gonna stay
I need
dead.
to go back in the hatch, actually.
Okay, you're good now, Suit. You got a grenade.
I think there is a.
I got a grenade!
You got a
actually,
grenade.
That will help. That will help.
Platform
I've already
this.
killed 1 lizard. I am
I'm
not.
just
I
bad
am
at
not messing around here.
It's fine.
I'm gonna take some food back.
I mean,
my shelf. Oh, there's nothing here.
technically, if people are getting stuck and we want to use an item already, we could, because 7 would be the first hour. We started
Nah, I
early.
can-
We'll give it a little bit.
Wouldn't mind. Are we allowed to hint? I wouldn't mind hinting where some.
Yeah, I
I need
wouldn't
to
mind
get in
hinting
here.
where my hover nozzle is, just because
Yeah.
that's so crucial.
I guess we all get 1 hint of a crucial item.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 hint of a crucial item. Okay. I don't know what item I'm gonna want to hint for that. Well, I guess hookshot maybe
Yeah,
is
see,
the.
Philbo gets it. Philbo gets how terrifying I am.
Just choke the lizards out with your tail.
But
Okay.
is that something you reasonably can get soon?
What? What do you mean?
I hinted my hover nozzle, and it's
Oh, I can check hints. I'm in a cutscene. So this is
No, you're
perfect.
You've cutscened.
Yeah, I
Oh,
survived.
need-
Oh god.
It's not showing me what you
Oh
meant.
god.
It's for
I'm
Sip,
s-
Tuna. It's
I'm
not yours.
so-
Oh, sub, okay.
I don't know if I can get to the shaded citadel at all. I can hint the shit.
Oh yeah.
The
Well,
shaded citadel.
I am very far, like,
But I'm
the opposite.
But I might be stuck
of
for a
there.
while then, folks.
So maybe, here, I'll hint. I'm gonna hint. I need to leave. I need to get out of here. So can anybody get me to the farm arrays? Appleseed can.
Where is it?
The no
It's
key
Nookie
Bay
Bay.
one.
I'm not gonna have access to that till I get my hover nozzle.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I cannot get to the Shaded Citadel right now. Just stuck. Oh, yeah.
That sounds like a fun
I need
mix.
to get to the farm arrays. I need to get out of the terrarium.
I do think there's a way I can platform at least over this particular
Oh
challenge.
no!
I'm just failing at it.
At least we know what some of the
I see
early
the light.
item checks are going to be.
But
I'm not even able to hint the grappling hook.
Oh. Oh, wasn't I called?
Yeah.
No, wait, that was a different game. I was like, wasn't I called something weird? But that was Tunic. It was like an orb
Yeah,
or something.
Tunic is magic orb.
I can hint the Shaded Citadel. Let me see if it hints that, even though I cannot get to it at the moment. I'm so old and hinted at least. Because Tweak on the garbage waste. If I can get to the garbage waste, I can get to the Shaded Citadel, possibly. No, wait. No, wait.
I need day 2.
The Shaded Citadel is from the shoreline.
You know what? I'm gonna hint the grapple. Maybe it's that.
Yeah. Okay. We will figure this out.
I'm semi-worried that hover nozzle
No, it's garbage
was
waste.
treated as a non-progressive item, but like a useful item.
that's what I'm maybe worried about too. Especially because, to my knowledge, the nozzle stuff is very new. Like,
okay.
the spray nozzle, but it didn't give me the option to start with both.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a couple ways to get there. Okay, I'm gonna hint all this.
Oh wait, I need day 2.
I'm just gonna hint. I'm just gonna hint all this to get me to Shaded Citadel for Apple.
It's literally the stuff to go to the thing you're hinting. Yeah, that's fair. Song of Double Slam.
Side M.
Okay, so
yeah, I found that.
I hinted a bunch of things.
Okay, that's what
yeah. I found you. I found
here.
you the like industrial complex one.
Okay. Okay, that's good. That's something.
Yeah, that's something I already found you.
For me, Tweak, you have my
And
grapple.
I'm gonna also hint that
I do?
because I have a couple ways to get
where
out
did it
here.
say?
if you can
Salt
either get
and
me to the
Sworn
drainage
Day 2
system-
Grotto.
Oh, that's literally what I'm grabbing right now. Grapple hook. I was opening the chest as you said.
Because the easiest way to get to the Shaded Citadel is
that's
probably
funny.
if you can get me to the drainage system,
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
and then I can get over there.
Oh my god. That was not
There are
planned,
a lot of
chat.
doors.
I swear.
Oh,
There
that's
are a
gonna
lot of
make my
doors.
life so easier.
So close.
Which is by Fat Tuna King. If you can get me the drainage system to Subterranean Gate, it's Factory U. Examine evacuation notice.
Factory, so okay, so I'm gonna need to go on this
Punch the wall.
side.
I'll just explore, and I'm gonna try and find things for everybody while we get through this crisis together.
I might be through all the early checks I can get, unless I get a ranged weapon. Any bow or Zora Mask or grapple hook.
Well,
And now I hinted out like multiple
platform and-
locations. So
We need to get you that nozzle. I mean, we can always use one of the early checks for the nozzle just to give you some
I got a bunch
better
of
early
things.
progress.
I gotta find.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I might do bow as my early check just because there's a lot.
Very close to
Oh, there was a
death,
gate.
Just a warning.
Or
Oh,
thing
See,
down
I
there.
might be able to go grab it soon.
Don't worry, I got a great strategy for not dying. Just don't die.
Yeah.
I will.
I'm
Okay,
working on
good,
it.
Some,
I literally
some good
thought
knowledge.
seconds after you said that I was gonna die, and I thought that would be really funny. I'm a little upset that didn't happen.
I agree, that would have been hilarious.
I'm rushing over there to go see if I can go grab it.
yeah, because I can go down and I can get to the drainage system. It's gonna be full of monster
God.
kelp, but
Yeah,
Oh god, there's
I
Nicholas Cage
believe-
bats.
very close to death. Yes, Apple, we are besties. Okay, don't be saying that gay shit in my chat.
I need to
Wow.
use this.
Love you, homie.
And I
you're
think
the
it
best.
was...
That's a lizard.
My
That's a
total
lizard.
brute.
Oh god. Oh god, the cage bats are after me.
This one's a power attack, so I cannot go here yet.
Oops, sorry. Oops, sorry. Can I have that back?
So
It's really pissing me off that Flood
So
keeps
this-
yelling about the hover novel too.
So this one's
yes.
tricky. There is a way to climb it without getting hit by that bat. You have to like get the perfect corner. Oh gosh,
Oh
that
wait,
was
no,
close.
that's not a place I thought.
Uh-oh.
That sounds bad.
That didn't sound good.
I'm not supposed to be ready to fight him yet.
Oh, so things are not gonna go well, I see.
Oh no, it's really not.
Oh. No.
I mean, I'm fine with this. A slight murder.
No!
Hey, 7 deaths. That's not bad.
Hey, that's my first death.
Yay.
Oh,
Wait, you have
well-
1 heart max? Yeah, and I have
I'm
double
not
damage.
So getting to the
gonna
drainage
struggle to
system is
platform
one
right now.
thing. Keeping the karma for it is gonna be a whole other.
Oh yeah, because you lose karma every time you die.
Oh shit.
Ah!
Oh, karma for sun. There you go.
You just got some, so
Thank you.
Karma.
Okay, I'm gonna focus on blue coin checks just until I get my hover novel.
Yeah, I am at 1 heart until people find me heart pieces, and I take double damage from everything, so Deku Babas can 2-shot me at the moment.
Yeah, I actually
I see
need
that
to
lizard.
get-
I see
Oh my gosh,
that.
I did it. I did the glitch to get up to this chest. Okay, what is it?
No.
I need to get the
Lily
power
puck.
attack first before being able
Yeah.
to go grab what you need.
I'm so
I
curious.
gave Sid a
what is
lily
it
puck.
when you-
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got. I have a few items. I'm savoring those for desperate times.
That's fair.
Those are all
That's
things
valid.
that can help me kill my enemies.
Oh, okay.
I need to go.
Sounds reasonable. Killing your enemies.
Yes.
Randall wanting to kill enemies. That's crazy.
Oh wait,
No,
I have a
fuck it!
song. Oh, I have the song of soaring already? Oh. Interesting.
This dice throwers, you know what, you guys have that lean crap up.
I hope this is entertaining for everybody.
Yeah.
And by the way, that I want up the difficulty too.
Oh
Oh my
man.
god.
Man, I was already thinking, that's why I did the 1 heart double damage, is because I was like, I need to up the difficulty to match Dark Souls. To be fair, I could have quad or octupled damage if I wanted to. Those were also options. But
Alright,
Sure, there's some-
I figured double was a good
I
test.
need to see if I can grab at least.
Yay!
my
Skull Tula token.
Ah.
soul. Mm,
Watching my
I mean, eventually I'll need them,
cat.
but
I'm sorry in advance. I might be forced
Look.
to fight him again.
oh,
I just want to get to the other shelter.
Okay, no, I'm good. I was able to grab my sword.
Oh no! Oh no! No, not that
Just-
thing. Not that thing.
Just need to be a little bit stronger before I can
I'm
fight.
just roving,
I'm just
trying to
farming.
find. I'm trying to find blue coins.
I don't have any paper yet, do I? No.
Let me rush to.
I'm not doing the
First boss
durian
section.
lady though. Oh my god, fuck that.
Oh, did I already miss it? It was midnight on the first day. Damn. I missed the bomb lady check.
Oh my god.
I could do that.
I think there's like completely new
Yeah.
lizards because of the DLC too.
So I didn't change anything, and then Discord's like, oh yeah, you can post the animals again.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what it was. What was up
Why-
for y'all?
Why
You
is
need
his
a
eyes
blue
bleeding?
rupee.
Sure, I
We've
can use
never had
rupees.
it.
Here, I'll send you a blue one.
I'm just staring into the face of.
Blue rupee is $5, right?
Another blue
Yeah,
coin?
but that was a red
Take that.
rupee.
Better be dead. Better be dead.
It gave me
The red
$20.
one?
Yeah.
Nice,
Another
because
one
it cost
fuck.
me $1,000 for that.
Oh, nice. Yeah, $20. They man the exchange rate.
Oh my god. Are they gonna fight? They're gonna fight. Oh! Lizard fight! That thing is
Gonna try to do
chunky.
the
That's
first
such a
dungeon at
chunky
least. Don't look
lizard.
about the stuff.
So it costs 1,000 of your currency for 20
He's
Hylian
so
rupees.
chunky. I don't like it. Okay.
There, I have officially had my forehead stamped.
I need to get over here.
Oh,
my
there could
god.
be a randomized item in the lottery. I remember that being a thing.
No, it's going back. It's going back. It's going back. This is a conundrum.
Yes,
It's a little.
the dialogue in my game is very messed up. It's been put through Google Translate several hundred times.
Oh my god.
Maybe go over here.
Cool way.
Like, I'm sure if I talk to this stone, it'll make perfect sense. Oh, okay, never mind. Those are probably Archipelago control. Several hundred, exactly. You should see some of the dialogue. It doesn't make any sense. Like, if I talk to this guard, what does he say? Of Big Bay, look closely. I annexed the resolution. One ocean. It's I don't know. Turn around, be careful.
Again, these annexes keep coming up.
Yeah, they have a lot of annexes.
What's up with that? What? I think that's something we should look into.
They're annexing Hyrule, I guess. Oh, also the zones. Like, North Clocktown is north.
Okay, I still have a lot of time.
Just north.
Oh man, that was stressful.
Like, over here, we're east of Chung City.
Okay, this guy.
Oh, the bluebird. You can do the bluebird.
What do these guys say? Oh my god, that's a joke. Is this happening in town, people? And ye shall swear for me about us Tim United States Persian. You heard that, us?
Yeah.
Oh my god, is that a kidnapping? Yes, but he woke up. What's this? There's a lot of people here. News! Okay.
I keep just finding my own blue coins, which I mean, I guess is good, but... I guess
So
that
good.
is useful, technically.
Language. The workers will build it.
The
Open your
workers will build it.
chest for water treatment. Oh.
No!
I'm gonna leave.
Fair.
No!
No!
Damn it!
I just wanted to leave.
I did nothing wrong.
What was that one from?
I got a game over. That's
Oh, game over.
If
Okay.
I get a game over, it sends a death link.
Ah.
I did nothing wrong.
Oh no, is the game concerns for me?
Uh-oh.
It just gave me a big tip.
Don't ask me what I'm doing.
Okay. Alright, I just trying to get to the drainage system.
So, I'm not saying that I'm basically stuck without my hover nozzle.
I'm
but-
trying.
Well, it's 7:30. You can use your first check if you want. On the hover
Actually,
nozzle.
like,
to.
might be a good idea.
I would like to use my check for my hover nozzle, please.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Let me,
There are blue coins.
I'm gonna actually open this up on my side computer so I don't have to, like, pause for the next time. But
Also, hello,
I am not-
Tavish.
I am not good enough at the platforming of this game.
what? I mean, to be fair,
Two
we all.
legs without the hover nozzle.
I mean, to be fair, we've always kind of grown up using the hover nozzle, so.
Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah.
was like, oh, that could be a fun challenge.
Was it a fun challenge?
It's kind of fun. I think it'd be fun to start the game with one of the other nozzles, though. Like,
Oh,
have
wait,
only the, like, rocket
think
or
I'm-
turbo
I think I'm
nozzle.
getting in the
That'd be
factory
crazy.
now.
Oh, excellent, excellent.
So I can get the item that suit
Oh,
needed.
cancel.
Thank you.
I just need to pass this small cutscene first. Artifact unknown seed. Oh, you already got me the unknown seed. Nice.
I mean, oh, whoopsie.
If only I could skip.
I just occasionally hear nom from the lizards. Like every once in a while. Oh,
I just want to let you know. Nom.
nom.
Okay.
Nom.
I am connected on my side computer. So, and apple seed. Is it just called hover nozzle?
If I go this way.
It's just hover nozzle.
Oh, hover nozzle. Yeah, there he goes.
Ah! I'm free!
I'm gonna use my first check on a bow, I think.
God
10
bless.
tweak.
Thank you,
Oh.
Tweak. You have freed me from my prison.
No, I didn't mean bottle. What? Berry bow is probably what it's called?
Probably.
No.
Or not.
Okay, he's too strong for me at the moment.
Down with PD Piranha.
Red rupee.
Oh, was it the hero's bow in this game? Oh. Nope, fire out. Wow, it doesn't know what the bow is. Okay, that's unfortunate. How about...
Try to type progressive bow.
Oh, you're right. It might be
Yeah,
progressive,
progressive bow. That
Yeah,
would make sense.
yeah, it usually is.
bow. Yep, setting progressive bow. You got it. That was it. Okay. Well, I have a bow now. That's handy. Anyone else want to use their first hour check?
I'm gonna maybe sit on it for a second, because if I could get the drainage system, I should be okay.
Excellent. Yeah, you can hold on to it. You just gotta remember how many checks you have. Yeah.
It's on the left side here.
Progressive bow.
Actually, this means I can do the bow mini games. They might have some good checks. I hate them,
Come on.
but I'll do them.
I need to... Oh god, you're in the way.
Yeah, that's another fun part of playing Sunshine, is there's so many sections that I'm like, I hate this, and I don't want to do it.
What?
So, that'll be fun. If, you know, some of those are
Silver
required.
rupee.
I have to kill the horrific abominations of Nicolas Cage.
Okay, I'm getting...
Oh, I missed one already. Damn, can't get perfect. Oh, that's brutal.
Blue coin. Silver rupee.
So hopefully there's not an item stuck
Oh,
behind someone's
hey!
perfect on this.
I can't even tell what's going on.
Let's go fight a boss. Hi, Petey.
It's not
How are
moving.
you?
I missed two already. Damn.
I need to push this body out of the way.
Getting perfect on this minigame's so hard.
Yeah.
I need the... God.
I always make it so the bow mini games aren't required, like aren't something that's actually progressive.
Yeah, I can do the forest one pretty fast or pretty easily. I just never get the town one. Oh, I got advanced component for tuna.
Yeah, that I can.
Well, that was
get
cursed.
a lot of money.
Yay, cursed. Okay, I guess
I
I'm.
just killed that lizard and another thing, and I had to like drag the bodies and move them out of the way. And
Oh, I can do the bombers minigame with the bow.
Ooh, another shine sprite. Thank you.
Have we unlocked anything for a new stage for you with this many shine sprites, or not yet?
After I defeat P Piranha, probably.
That's true. You jumped. It's true. Link can't jump. That's all I can do. You're a member of our group Pump. But there's one proof that should be, and pump members, come on, try it. Ready?
Come on,
Sure.
try it, pump members.
Is this kid selling me a drug called Pump?
Yeah.
If you're looking for everything Annex I2 Res, see you tomorrow. BU is our secret code. Okay. I think I'm about to get my legs busted in.
Gate
Holy
Sky
shit.
Islands to Pipe Yard.
What game
you
are
guys
you doing
wanna
for
watch
Community Night this week? What was this week?
We were gonna continue Valheim.
Oh, Valheim CC, yeah. Yeah, because we're thinking we're getting pretty close to the end of that one.
Oh, fuck.
I need to go make
So
money
I
really
sent you
quick.
another gate.
But yeah, if you have
did?
Valheim, feel free to hop
Sky
in.
Islands to Pipe Yard, apparently.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It's free for people to hop into. You just need to download the mod pack on like R2 Modman. And then chat does horrible things to us with crowd control. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna shoot this child. There we go.
Okay. I'm
Well,
missing
fucked
a
up,
little
but-
bit.
I mean, it solves the problem.
Let me give you the seat too.
Out of context, it sounds horrific. Arrow sticking out of the face. I won. Exactly. The kids wanted to play a game of tag. Link shot them in the face and said, "I win," and they let him win.
Anything for you? No.
When are those times done? You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Oh, but I caught you.
Oh.
I won. What's your name? No, I won. Age,
So
yeah.
dark.
The skull broke us. The blood god rules all. No, rules everything he did.
Oh, okay.
What the? I don't understand what they're saying.
To swim this.
You got a blue coin. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about the rules that don't make any sense. Okay, ready to be taught the password? Okay.
Now I got Rico Harbor areas. That's nice.
I might actually use my farm arrays. Check.
Farm arrays?
So farm arrays to terrarian. Because I don't have the breath, I think, to swim this way.
Subterranean?
Yeah.
Okay. It sent it. Wow, that actually worked. that was a long thing to type out. I wasn't sure if it was gonna go.
Fair. Guys, go follow the friends.
Yeah.
Follow all the peeps. And if you don't, Link will come and shoot you in the face with an arrow while playing tag.
Tag, you're it. Forever.
If you don't, the Chucksters will throw you.
Oh god, not the Chucksters.
Exactly.
Whoa, this granny's cool. Oh, until I saw that she had Nicolas Cage eyes.
Horrific.
She was. Oh, what the heck? What a gremlin. Wait, does he have Nicolas Cage tattooed on the side of his Nicolas Cage? Oh my gosh, he
Oh,
does.
so sorry!
No.
Oh.
I didn't see the monster kelp!
Oh, monster kelp.
I thought I felt the block and I instantly died.
It was a
Go up,
flawless
'cause
block
I
attempt.
gotta get to the farm arrays.
Oh my god. I'm dead.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna refuse to die until I exit the shop. Okay, there we go.
Oh. I think I just lost over 1,000, 1,100.
Oh my gosh.
Just didn't send one to me,
God,
so.
okay.
Oh my
I'll
gosh,
be right
it
back.
it took 75 rupees, killed me, and didn't give me the item.
Oh my god.
Ah. The item I bought, it didn't give it to me. It just took the money. It killed me.
Took the money and ran.
Oh my gosh. That's awful. Okay. Should I deposit or rob the bank?
God, you're kidding me.
Sorry for the blue there, folks on my end.
Come back later. Okay, I'll come back later. Robbie the bank. Yeah, exactly. I gotta Robbie the bank.
No! Okay.
Okay, let's see if we can make any progress towards Snowhead.
I was so close to have all the gin I needed to... Oh no, wait. I got all the gin back. Okay, good.
If I had 4 hearts... Oh, but we take double damage. Normally, if you have 4 hearts, you can swim through the poison in the poison swamp. And make it to the... floopy doop at the other end. Skulltula House, because that'll be good. If I can get to Skulltula House, that's 30 checks.
Yo!
Oh.
Yes! Thank you for the raid!
Ooh, postman hat. Thank you.
Raid!
Now I can check the mail.
Thank you so much!
Oh, Gazbang!
What were you up to? Let me shout you out here. Also,
Hello, Gasbang!
I need to make sure I have all of my health.
New model
How
reveal
you
in 4 different
doing?
games and 4-year stream every. Oh my gosh, that's a lot at once. Those are
I hope you had a good
snowballs.
stream. I just died!
What?
Oh no.
Oh, from coming back. Yeah, there was a death link.
It was your stream anniversary! Happy anniversary!
Holy heck! Yeah! Yeah, I hope he had a good stream.
Yeah.
I hope you had a great stream.
What were you
Yeah, I
up
saw
to?
that you had like a new model reveal, but I didn't know the reason. I just thought you were debuting a new model.
Are they snowballs? I think these are snowballs.
Oh, that's awesome!
Well, I think they're supposed to be snowballs.
Alright. I'm gonna say it in advance. I'm
Rain
sorry in
the Nicholas
advance.
Cage Johnson. You're sorry in advance? Should I save now?
Yeah, because I'm about to go fight my first boss.
Before you kill me?
Yeah, I'm about to go fight my first boss.
Okay, well I just saved, so you're good. But yes, we are doing an archipelago today, Raiders. If you don't know what that is, it's a multi-game, multi-world randomizer. They are very, very fun. So I am playing Super Mario Sunshine, but that link
Gosh, I know there's a way to get around this.
which are different games than I am playing, which I think is just fun and cool.
We're all death linked too, just to make them work, Chris.
You know,
I need to get... Okay, I
because
need
there
to get
wasn't
that
enough
way.
chaos,
Alright,
naturally.
first boss time.
I believe in you. You can do this.
I don't believe in me.
Okay, well, I believe in you now. So
Oh, okay.
Oh my god,
I'm a good friend.
I'm
okay, so you know that belief I had in you?
Join the dark side.
Alright, I just need
Ooh,
to get
Atlas
to
is
the farmer
fun.
race. Please.
Thanks to me. Oh, hi, Sanan. You're not addicted to Atlas? Yeah, the Atlas is a very fun game.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for more update to play more.
Yeah, I just wish they had more update. Like, they've been doing a lot of polish, which is nice, but it just needs more, like, further content, Bill.
Yep, boss time again.
Boss
No.
time again.
No.
What happens if I go fight a boss at the same time?
Do it.
Okay.
Blooper. He's technically a boss.
Oh.
He's a very easy boss, but he's a boss nonetheless.
What?
That wasn't me.
Or I'm not gonna fight Cooper Blooper. That's fine too, I guess.
You just gotta goop that bloop, if you know what I'm saying.
Game,
Maybe it's
please.
better-
The game is giving me pity now.
Is
just
it?
try to rush that
It's
boss.
like giving me helpful tips. It's just like, you know you could do this.
Yeah, you know you could
That
do
was-
this, dude.
That was me earlier with Flood being like, you know, you can use the hover nozzle, and I'm like, I don't have that.
You know, you can use that thing. I don't. Please.
Please.
Please, you don't understand the damage you're doing.
I just need like a gif of Apple in like the Mario pit just strangling Flood. Stop telling me to use the nozzle.
Sweet.
So much mental damage.
Give me air dash.
Air dash? Oh, that's your thing? Sure.
Yeah.
And ta-da!
Perfect. Alright.
Cool. Everyone's used to their first check.
Yep, I shall be golden to fight now.
I have, yes.
Okay, I'm back on the first day. I'm gonna try and rescue the old lady and see if the item in the shop changes at nighttime. I'm hoping it will, but you never know.
Boss fight.
Is it a boss fight, or is it a fight boss?
Yes.
I just need
Now I just have to
go.
watch the creepy dude who hides in a playground at night. So Majora's Mask had some real messed up stuff in it.
What a great game.
Like look at this. This dude's just, oh my god, it made him worse. He's just hiding back here in the back of the playground.
I'm just gonna try
What
it.
is this?
Wait, what?
Never mind.
What was the try?
I was like, I'm just gonna try and rush,
Oh, okay, never mind.
and I got another game over, so.
Oh, okay.
Why did you kill me there? What did I do to you?
Tuna, I swear to God.
Hey, by the way, boss fight.
Oh, I'm just watching this dude.
I'm like, maybe if I rush my boss fast enough, I can beat it before Tuna dies.
Yeah, I'm
No,
hoping
because my spawn is right next to it.
I'm hoping I don't die during the beat up this guy sequence, because I don't know what's going to happen, but we'll find out. If it happens. The Majora's Mask had the dead fish guy that you impersonate? Yes. Yes, it does. And a Goron you impersonate, and a Deku. A dead Deku child you put the face of on. Messed up.
Majora's Mask. I should replay that game. I need to replay that game vanilla so I can start like randomizing it.
Oh.
The two in comparison, Majora's Mask is a lot shorter than Ocarina of Time as well.
Oh yeah. Oh, another good thing! Yay!
Like, it's funny too, because the actual game becomes so simple, but the randomizers are actually like really complicated because of all the side quests. Sir, are you gonna do something, or are you just gonna stand there creepily?
Ew, Tuna, you've got a gross chatbot.
Ew.
Oh
Oh,
no.
phase one's done.
Be
I'm on phase
gone,
two.
bot. Oh wait, Tuna's busy with other things. We should probably have to focus first.
Please.
Phase 2 with 1 HP.
Oh god.
I might die here.
Oh god, don't do it.
No!
Oh,
And now Tuna can kill a bot. For vengeance.
It's already banned, though.
Oh, it's already banned? Oh, okay.
From the spitter spider trap.
I will get there. Eventually. Eventually.
But yeah, I'll
Yeah,
have to
Majora's
do.
Mask
Yeah, it's
is
bad.
way darker than Twilight Princess, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah, they're both darker games, but yeah, Majora's Mask, there's not a lot of Zelda that's darker than Majora. I don't think there is any,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. At least out of all the ones I've played.
Oh, I would love an archipelago for 2-ship. I would actually, like, the recompiled is very good, don't get me wrong. Like, if you like Ship of Harkinian, this is Majora's Mask recompiled, which is very similar. But 2-ship is, like, slightly better.
Can I get up there? There's gotta be a way for me to get up there.
Majora's Mask is 5 phases of death, after all. Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting used to it. I understand his movement and
Maybe?
path and everything. I'm definitely not under gear for it. I got this.
Oh, okay, the raid's about to happen in my game, too, so let's see what happens.
Alright,
Oh.
alright. I'm fighting the boss.
Okay. And Tuna, stay alive for a full 30 seconds while I do this part too. Gosh, they're in slow-mo. I should have sped it up.
Whoa.
I'm just trying to get blue coins while you guys are fighting things.
Oh, come on. I gotta catch him before Death Link happens. Got him. Okay.
Broke these boxes, but-
A dangerous mask. What'd she give me? Blue coin for Appleseed. That's not a mask.
Nice. Well,
Oh, I forgot to do the unblockable one.
so
I guess you got something out of it.
yeah, and I'll take it. It's nice.
How do the blue
Alright.
coins factor into your...
For every 10 blue coins, I get a check.
Okay.
First phase done.
Because normally they give you shine sprites if you, like, trade them in.
Ah, okay.
I think there might be a cap
Gosh,
on how
note
many
to
you can
self,
trade in.
All my faces are horny? Wait, what? All 5 phases of death. Ah, I see. I see.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yep. I didn't click right away. I'm like, what? I mean, it's funny. I accepted it even before it clicked that it was
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that's phases of death. I'm just like, yeah, no, that's fair.
That's correct. Anyways.
We're gonna go here. There's gotta be a way out of here.
Oh my gosh, she had a cage fairy in her pocket.
Embrace the cage fairies.
75 rupees for it? Oh my gosh. Okay.
Might want to go that way. That's probably where I want
I
to
spent
go.
75 rupees on that. That's, oh my God, the Gorons, the Gorons are horrific. The horrific Gorons. I hate it. This is my sleep paralysis demon.
Oh!
Gosh, why'd they have to use the realistic teeth?
Oh, no.
Oh,
I don't like that.
yeah.
Got it.
Oh,
I'm proud
beautiful.
of you.
You
Congrats.
did it?
Yeah, I did it.
Go, Tuna!
The harp is going. Yeah, you
And I
got me
got
a
a straight
straight
fairy for week.
It'll be useful in the future.
Okay.
Ugh.
Go up here.
Man, I'm wondering where all my hearts are.
Oh, hi,
I'm used to
Sarah.
getting hearts as like fillers early on, but
Thank you for the three-string streak.
Well, that's why I'm, like, trying to get as many blue coins as possible, because I'm like, that's where the, like, hearts and stuff are
oh,
gonna be.
Majora will have a check. Hold on, let me go get that one. Oh, I can also hold on. I can also do the. Oh my gosh, there is a bunch of stuff I can still do.
I don't like this. I don't like this. Okay.
You have to go so fast in order to get
I
this.
fucking
Yeah.
killed myself. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna get past
Got
those.
a little bit float up to now. Yee, that's good.
I've died 3 times so far, and 1 was intentional.
I got 15.
The only times I've died so far have been my game overs.
I never died.
And that's because of y'all. That's not on me.
I
1,
never
2,
died.
5, 3.
It'll happen. It'll happen. I know it will. But
You have no proof that I die.
No
Okay, I
proof. That
know
definitely wasn't on
that.
stream.
Where I have to go.
and absolutely no proof.
Yep, no proof.
Yeah, I don't like that these kids are talking about the secret bombing association. It's a little messed up.
I feel bad that made me laugh as hard as I could.
Yeah, Swiss. I doomed myself, and I brought everyone down with me.
And it's a food Deathipelago on Rain World as well.
Yeah, it's great.
A little lag coming from my end. Apology. This seems to be whenever there's a bunch of stuff loading in at the same time.
Which
Between
I think
zones.
does make sense.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, is that a scarecrow?
Can I?
I don't like the flesh-colored
Yeah.
scarecrow.
No! No! Shit.
Ah!
No, no, no.
No, everything's fine. I didn't die. Just fell from a high height when trying to grab a blue bone.
You're the bow. I always said it was important. Your interest has evolved. You're young. You can use telescope. Look around. See a telescope? Yes, I do.
See? A telescope.
Oh my gosh, the Nicolas Cage Majora has even...
Alright, I'm like an extra
Okay, I think some of these we might have to wait till later.
I hate this world. I don't want to be here anymore. What do you think? Anything interesting? No.
That worked. Okay.
Huh?
Yeah.
No! I just got past!
What's up, Simon?
Did I survive because I got a piece of heart the moment I died? Did everyone else die? Okay, I'm gonna add that to the...
No, I didn't die.
Oh.
I did not die.
Oh. Was it just Sud that died? How did that happen?
No, I died too.
Oh, you died too? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I died to a death link.
Oh. Oh, was it like delayed maybe?
I guess.
Maybe. I don't
Oh,
know.
that would explain it. I thought I just didn't die because I grabbed a heart piece at the exact one.
Oh, man.
I could hear Soot's pain
Yeah.
on that death.
I didn't think the moon could be more horrifying, and then you did that. Oh yeah, I can go outside and take a look if you want to see it more clearly.
Alright, so Simon, if you want to see a lot about Nicolas Cage stuff, go look on Sipco Gaming Guild stream. You will understand right away why we're talking about Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, it's horrific. I have a version of this that Wario-fies all of Ocarina of Time as well.
Oh, yes.
It's horrific. It turns your health into garlic.
Amazing.
I didn't think the moon could be more of a thing, and then you did that.
No? Okay.
Yes, it's an amazing shield. Excuse me, don't have enough for that. Oh wait, skip.
Yeah, we could kill Gooper Booper the intended way, guys. Or...
Are you serious? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get past this.
Oh.
Oh, I got past it before, and then I died because of you all.
I'm choosing a skill, and I just felt my controller vibrate. I know I'm dead as soon as I get out of there.
I was just about to get my shine sprite.
That's the part I'm trying to get past.
It's so funny that you you killed me while I was playing Doom, so I died with the computer attached to me.
You all have to learn from me. Don't die like this.
Oh, that's so good. It's an amazing shield. I'm glad you like it. Do you want to see the moon? Did you see the moon? It's great.
I have a mod for Terraria that can only do.
We also have a clock right here.
Take this and his weapon drop into fish. The tempest staff of the horrendous. That sounds amazing.
I just want to get out of here.
I don't want to be here anymore.
All I want is to be
Like,
free.
it literally put me in, like, the end game area.
Oh, thank you for the $5.
Oh, yeah, I think you can
Get the
finish
fuck
the game.
away from me! Get the fuck away from me!
$5.
Oh.
Get the fuck away from me!
Only for 10
Thank you for the
installments.
follow, Cyan.
98 rupees. 2 more rupees and I get my first check from the bank, I think. As long as I don't die while I'm receiving the item, because that does make the item disappear. I have had that happen before. I have to plan around it. If I had Goron and bombs, I could get over that gate.
Would you stop your little squiddy?
You know what? I might as well try. I don't think I can make it through the poison swamp, but I might as well give it a shot.
One of these
I might
days,
die,
one of
though.
these days, I'm gonna fight Gooper Blooper, y'all. It's gonna happen.
You just gotta goop that bloop.
Also, another game over.
Oh,
If
no.
I get 8-ounce red gin with herb catalyst, I could grab 2 garbage waste of
Yeah,
Coraline.
game over!
Nice.
Happy Canada Day!
Happy day of Canados.
Happy Canada Day and
Wait, did you die
suffering.
again, Stu?
Suffering day.
Happy Canada Day, everyone!
I did not die from that.
Oh, I died for that one. It was a game over from Apple, right? On that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not die. I think it's because I was in the shop.
Ah. I mean, oh, okay, it protects you. I was gonna say, every time I do a shop, I die after the shop, which is pretty funny. It's like you don't realize you had a heart attack until you close the shop, and it's like, oh, I'm dead.
I mean, Christmas in July is a thing some people do. I don't understand why an ice cream truck would do it, but...
Yeah, that's a little weird. I'm sure they have a reason. Reason's probably money.
We have, like, little handbells at work for the kids, and my kids will always be like, jingle bells, and I'm like, guys, it's summer. Let's...
I can't even go here yet.
Okay, I'm gonna try swimming through the poison. That was the Octoroks rock a Nicolas Cage face that blew up my screen? Okay, that was thing.
Oh no.
I don't think this is gonna work. Let's see.
All I
Nope.
ask.
That did not work at all.
I was just about to say, all I ask is you guys stay alive for the next 2 minutes.
So, you want to know something very funny there?
I have
Quick?
gone into this Gooper Blooper fight on
You
6 separate
die
occasions now.
at the
Okay, I'll
same
stay away from
time
the
that I
poison.
got a jump scare in my screen.
Oh my god.
Hey, if I had made it through there, we could have had 30 more checks. I can't do it with one heart, though. That's brutal.
Oh.
Now I have to go back there. I don't know if I have to watch the jump scare again.
With the double damage, I think I need like 6 or 8 hearts if I'm gonna try and get through that way. Which is brutal.
I heard a mom. No, 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 no.
Oh god.
Let's see, do I need to do it again? Okay, no. Maybe. No, okay, got clear. Good.
Oh, the tree's blocking it, that's why.
Pelagos are so fun, Silent Hallows.
Yes, they are.
As someone who has done many now.
Yeah.
Archipelagos are really fun.
Every game has a
Especially
different sound.
if you don't hate yourself and do death links.
Yeah, it's mostly because...
Archipelagos are so fun when you ignore exactly what we're doing right now.
Yeah. It's mostly, the reason it's different with every game is because, like, it's all made by individual modders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Red Lizard trapped a soot. That doesn't sound good.
No, no, no.
I am so sorry for your loss.
Is it triggering? I don't know.
I know, it sent it.
I don't see it, and that worries me even more.
The
Like,
fact that
that's-
it's not there. Yeah, that is more terrifying.
I heard a nom in the distance.
Oh, okay, maybe it spawned, like, nearby. What do the red lizards do?
They're just really hard to kill lizards that are really fast.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
that's that one that's nomming.
Yeah, can I go here? Yep.
Gosh, I should have got... I need money.
I don't know.
Don't
It
die,
might
don't
be
die,
somewhere.
Don't die, Apple, don't die.
I'm not dying. I'm also not Apple, though.
Fair enough.
Man, the Nicolas Cage vampire bats are terrifying.
Okay. Gooper Blooper is dead. I'm about to grab the Shine Sprite.
Oh,
Oh no, I'm dying!
Uh-oh.
Don't you fucking
Go.
dare!
Uh-oh. What will it be? What's the shine spray?
There we go.
No, I was not even close to dying.
Was it something? I didn't get anything.
Blue coin.
Oh, okay. It wasn't for me.
Whoa!
What happened?
That item you gave me is evil.
Oh. Oh.
What?
I
Don't
died.
kill me.
Apparently, you gave me like a tiny black hole I can use, and it just... That didn't go well.
Oh.
Thank you for
What
the
the
hydrate,
hell?
son.
Elf black hole. Got it.
Oh my god, that's... I'm getting DLC stuff.
Yeah. That's true, yeah. So in order to do the food of Pelagos, I had to turn on the DLC mode. So there's stuff that's gonna be like completely new.
I need to get this seal. And this one too.
Blood cat plus black hole equal death. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, we're going in here. We're not gonna do the.
So much pain.
We're gonna just try and grab some blue coins and we go over.
Okay, where else can I can shoot Majora in the face?
To grab some of them with the bloopers.
I guess I might as well shoot Majora in the face. It might be an early item because how
Yeah,
easy it
maybe.
is to get to.
God, I love the music of this game.
About us, of the selected hour.
Shit, no!
Ah!
Am I gonna wake up in the morning to die? Yep.
That one was my bad, I'm sorry.
I literally woke up and died.
I forgot that if you're using those, like, blooper racers and you crash into a wall, that it just instantly
Oh
kills
yeah,
you.
it's a death. Yeah. Hey, Marvel Sunshine had some weird, like this is instant death, like the leaf one where you're like laying in that poison water and it's just like, and you're dead.
Yeah.
I'm slowly losing
Oh, shit.
my mind.
Okay, what item are you selling as like the rarest item on the third day? Surrender today to United America. Oh, okay.
Did you surrender?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. Passage token, the Pilgrim. A useful item for Soot. Passage token.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so
You want me to buy
That
that?
is good.
Okay.
Yes.
I have to go grab some money then. It's only available on the final 2 hours of the final day.
Oh.
Oh my.
Yeah.
What can I do?
First I gotta put the money in the bank to get the reward.
Oh yeah, from here. From here.
Okay,
Right,
and then I
right,
need to
right.
take the money out of the bank.
How do I
No.
spray that with what?
And after that,
I need the Robbie. Sorry, we'll see here. I like that withdrawing from the bank is the Robbieing the bank.
I don't know how to spray that. It's not doing the thing.
ow.
He charged me $4 for taking out my $99. What a horrible bank. I mean, he's the only bank, so I don't really have a choice, but
That's capitalism for you.
Go up there.
What? He cried so bad, my bill C. Information of the public
damn it.
initiation has been agreed. Okay.
Oh, I hate these damn things.
I guess I've been publicly initiated by something.
What?
Oh god. I walked into an empty store and died.
But
I killed
I'm
an
trying
enemy,
to
then
get
I
past
died.
These plants, they eat you, and normally
Oh,
you're
God.
supposed to go
I got
down.
another game over too,
Oh, that's
so
fair.
y'all are gonna get another death.
Ah.
But I have to go up to get to the
That's funny.
surface. So then I have to like somehow get past these, and they keep eating me.
Can you eat them?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Why not?
That would be my solution. Is there any items that would help?
Explodey flowers.
Oh, okay.
If I can, let me see if I can look it up.
I mean, exploding flowers exist in Zelda. I just don't know if I can send them to you. How much money do you want to rob the bank? 90.
They're actually called the cherry bombs.
So it has it the hardest. Rain World is brutal. Yeah, honestly.
Oh yeah, no, it is definitely the hardest.
Like, look how much I had to cripple myself in Majora's Mask just to be fair.
To be fair, this was meant to be.
Yeah.
We made it to be
Death
brutal.
Link.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're doing 9 souls. I was like, I'm gonna do Rain World. I'm not expecting to beat it. We're just.
That's why I was like, yeah, we'll do Sunshine.
Originally, we were like, do we want to just do an archipelago? And then we got into Death Link chat, and then we decided to just like be masochist instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As you do.
I know what I'm about.
These cutscenes hit very differently. Slime mold to soot. I got the sunglasses! It's the turn off the mask! Press C as you might need to blast, and B will lose your life. Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Wow, that's...
I might need to like see if I can like use
Hey!
I don't know if I'm a fan of that.
any of my tools to my advantage. It just sucks. That one black hole. Don't use that, apparently. That will just kill you if you're too close.
I think that means I can go up the Snowhead Mountain, because I can blow myself up now. If I'm lucky, I won't die.
Wait, this will be a new food
you're
if
lucky.
I eat it.
Don't worry, everybody. It's for the greater good that I blow myself up. With 1 heart and double damage received. South Chongtuan. Here we go. Oh yeah, so this is the mask I got, so everybody can see. And then if I press the B button, I dab.
What do you think? Dab? Oh, the bone dab.
No. Shit.
Smash cut the leak and turn into paste, pretty much. I'm surprised it's not killing me. It might be because it can't do your final heart of damage.
What?
Oh,
Ah!
I'm sure it's fine. Oh wait, what? Why am I? Huh? That put me in a weird spot.
Oh, shit. They put this
Everything's
so far.
too close! How the hell are they gonna freaking get past these?
The only thing that I dislike about the Clocktown layout
Okay,
is
where
the
else can I-
the southern gate heads to the southern swamp, but the southern swamp is in the east.
Okay, you know what?
Like, inside the town, the compass directions are literally turned like 1 90-degree turn from where they actually are. It's very strange. On the world map, it's correct, but in the actual game, they're all incorrect by 1 degree. Or like 1...
Do I have...
Directional
what
degree.
do I have unlocked?
No. How did Sorry.
I didn't make it.
That's me.
I was looking at my map.
Wow, what did you see in that map?
A map.
Don't worry, we're at 23 deaths, we're fine.
Yeah.
Our next check is coming up soon, even. Our progress has been so slow.
Alright, I already
that's
know what
fine.
I'm going to unlock.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm going to unlock either.
Don't
Maybe
note to
another
self, I
nozzle
guess I'm
for
not,
Yoshi?
like...
Yoshi could be pretty
Do
useful,
not
too.
randomize the end area into where I can spawn.
I think I might take Deku, because then I can go do the Skulltula house, and that might be a lot of checks.
I'm just trying to get this
I'm
one
gonna ask for the subterranean to shoreline. I think that'll be an easier destination.
What is the goal in Rain World?
Well, I'm doing food quests, so eat one of every food.
Oh,
and
okay.
just doing the regular story.
Oh, okay. Oh,
It's I randomized every area,
ah, okay.
and it put me in the end game area.
Oh, okay.
And
So
yeah, that's why there's been a bit of a struggle. So like, I'm going to take that out of the randomization, I think, in the future.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fair, I think.
Yeah, I keep it
I
there.
imagine it would be a little challenging.
Like, I can get there, but the way up I have to get past man-eating freaking plants that they literally just hold on to you and dissolve you.
I am dabbing
You
on
can't do anything
everything.
unless you have cherry bombs. And even that's tough. They are just really annoying. So I'm gonna make it my way to the shoreline. I'm gonna unlock that as my check.
Yep.
And just peace out.
I am now progressing by dabbing. It is the only way.
Wonderful.
Your best life?
Yeah.
Question mark.
Oh god, it's so I the Goron, I forgot how ugly the Gorons look. I mean how interesting the Gorons look.
How ugly. I mean, how handsome.
How toothy.
Don't tell me that's even.
No, it's odd. The best.
Yeah, how's art fight going for all the
Oh,
artists?
nice, yeah.
I haven't officially started, because I just finished the commission and they needed a bit of a break, but also it kind of technically started like partway through the day, so I'm gonna kick it off tomorrow. But
Nice.
I am excited. I have my plans
Ooh, good.
already.
Art fight is one of those things that, like, I love the idea of. I'm just a shit artist.
I mean,
So-
anybody can participate.
Oh, heart piece.
It's just fun gifting.
2 more heart pieces and I'll have 2 hearts.
Should have done the super slide earlier, apparently. Yeah, no, I really love the idea of just, like, people kind of gifting art to each other. I just think that's really beautiful and fun.
Oh my god, do I still have to take that path?
And I guess let's do our first...
You could say this game's been a little cagey.
Very cagey.
So much pain.
Whether that's just Rain World being difficult or Tweak's pun, we'll never know.
No, it's not this difficult. I got screwed in the area.
Oh, yeah,
I played
I meant,
Rain
like, the
World a few
randomizer,
times.
not the actual, like, game.
Oh,
I'm trying to get to the factory as fast as I can to unlock the place that you want to.
scavenger cave.
I'm sure it's fine. She's got some alternative routes planned as well.
I'm checking routes right now because what it's really pissing me off is the fact that this leads up, I believe, to the farm arrays. I also don't know if this also leads to shoreline because it cuts off at this area. Cuts off there. I can probably like look around. There might be another path if I go that way. There's a lot of paths because anywhere can lead to the subterranean as a way to
Oh, it's
complete
called
the
Tula
game.
token. Nice.
God,
Oh.
though.
Wait, did someone just send in my arrows? Nice.
Yeah, I guess.
Wah, 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 wah.
I was like, that might have been me.
Oh gosh, wait,
Apparently it was.
this is the area with the invisible Skulltulas, right?
So we're just gonna go this way.
It's Canada Day!
Canada Day.
Canada Day!
Canadia!
Yeah.
Canadia!
So we don't want to go that way. Keep going
Oh,
this
okay,
way.
I sent money.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh god. I got hit by the Skulltula, but I also blew them up at the same time, so it didn't count. That's just how I'm gonna take it. I don't know if that's actually what happened, but... Does he dab? I dab to blow up. Because cool guys don't look at explosions. They just dab and turn away.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Nice road. That might be enough for me to get Gelato Beach unlocked, actually.
Canadian tweak? Oh, did you do a
Big
change
bug.
form? Yeah, I mean for Canada Day, that makes sense.
And a rock.
Let me just teleport
Oh,
out of
no.
here. Yeah, no, we got time.
No.
Perfect.
No.
Oh, what's going on there, eh, buddy? Sounds like you got one of them there problems there, eh? Don't worry, we have
Oh my
Canadian healthcare there.
Ah, numbed me! I'm still alive.
I saved just in case. As soon as you started screaming, I was like, maybe I should save the game.
That's a good idea.
Oh yeah, for sure there, buddy, eh? Gonna have
He's
some of them 2-4s and maybe a Mickey there, eh, buddy? Let's go down to Tim's and get a Timbits and some double-doubles there, eh?
I would love that. I would love
Actually,
to. I would
coffee
love
sounds so
Timbits.
nice right now.
Okay.
I'm not your buddy. Well, I'm not your pal, friend.
Please. I need to get through. Please.
Why does
Oh my
Timbo look
God.
normal, eh? Tinkle's looking the same there, eh?
I think I'm
Oh,
stuck.
the body's in the way!
You think you're stuck?
The body's in the way!
Yeah, I went to go
Stuck,
grab
stuck.
an item, and I was
The
about to skip
body!
all the stuff to go grab it, but to come back, I need one specific skill that I don't
Please,
have.
please. Please!
What about a septuple there, eh?
Ugh.
So much cream and sugar it'll destroy your insides there, eh?
Let me through!
Jesus.
I'm stuck!
Whoops.
One time I went down to the Timmy's there and I asked them how much cream and sugar they could put in my coffee there, eh?
Oh
They gave me a cup of just cream and sugar. I think it was like 27.
Please.
It was
I
great to
think
use
I'm
the other
screwed. I
coffees
can't.
there,
I'm
eh?
stuck.
Why is this plant bleeding from the eyes there, eh? You okay there, buddy?
Go.
I'm
First bloodless
stuck.
level.
Oh.
This fat fuck of a lizard is trapping me.
Whoa, you can't say that there, eh? Just because a lizard eats a lot doesn't mean it has to be a bad fuck there, eh?
Definitely didn't almost die.
I made. Oh! Did I just elastic past it?
Oh.
Oh my god! I stretched. Oh! I died.
Yep.
Oh, that's
Sorry.
let's add one of them there,
No!
eh?
You released me. It's fine.
Okay.
I needed saving.
I need to get some more money there, eh? Tingle's got all the maps and he's a capitalist.
I'm doing my first bloodless level, so.
Must be the exchange rate between the Canadian
Oh.
dollar and the rupees there, eh?
Oh, I need Tai Chi.
Oh, happy Canada there, eh, buddy?
I will just do a hint, just to see where my thing is. I scribe! Oh, it's Tai Chi cake.
8-bit beans coffee there, eh?
Now do this, but don't screw it up this time.
Oh yeah, Swiss. I did it with Death Link last time.
Hey, who wants to come see my dog named Cage there, eh? Look at this boy.
Where is that Tai Chi?
Coffee. No, coffee's delicious.
Oh, I'm the one who has it myself.
Oh yeah, Noida, Deaflink, and Rain World
Yeah,
would
yeah.
also be bad.
Oh.
It's fine. I got put in a pretty bad starting spot, but now I at least have every area I can escape out of. I'm gonna go for the shoreline. Oh my god! Fuck you, lizard! No, no.
Oh, I didn't know you felt that way about the lizards, Derry.
So sorry.
Ah.
As we were talking about the struggles of Rain World.
And that's another game over, too.
Oh, am I about to die again, Derry?
Just double tag.
Yeah.
I just want to get the shoreline. Oh my god. Apparently I can't get up to the farm arrays. This really sucks in those plants.
Whoa! What is Tingle looking at, Derry? What is that in your hand? Oh, that's some cage smut there, eh?
Smut on this Twitch.com.
I know, it's insane there, eh? Oh, I found a blue coin for Appleseed there, buddy.
That means I can buy another one. Another shine spray.
Think your moon is messed up? No, that's normal moon. That's not what the moon's supposed to look like there, eh? It's a beautiful moon there, eh?
It's a beautiful moon outside.
If anyone needs their next check there, eh, I got you covered, buddy.
Oh, peach cherry on.
Play slowly.
If I end up getting those explodey plants, I can probably get past those things.
Whoa, it's Chadius Cagius.
Alright.
Or at least I wasn't the first one.
Alright, the bridge connected. Oh, go.
I'm gonna use my my next free check there, eh? Gonna give myself some
used
Deku.
our other one?
No,
yet?
this is the second one now, eh?
So it is.
I guess I'll take rocket nozzle, maybe?
Rocket nozzle?
Yeah, I think rocket nozzle would probably be the most useful. I was thinking Yoshi, but rocket nozzle would be pretty
Although I probably should. Oh, go ahead.
Grab Tai Chi kick.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm being on Canadian fight. No, sorry, buddy. Okay, there we go.
I just wanna make sure.
Tai Chi
I'm
kick.
correct.
Send. Ah, there it is.
Good go. And who dared to throw a fish
But
at
you're
me?
still, yeah, you're right. I'm still Canadian. It didn't really actually change anything.
Hi, Dakota.
Oh, what is this gonna look like as it's cagified? Oh no. Oh, I hated that. Okay. This is fine. This is.
Alright, now that I got a kick, I can unlock a lot of stuff. Go, Rupee.
You can always hold on to it too, so if you need like.
I'm just double checking because pretty sure cherry bombs.
And one of the main reasons why it has this skill is it's locked behind a place. I need to use a Tai Chi skill to get there.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair. I wonder if sometimes the randomizers take into account like exploits that you don't normally like about or know about. Oh god.
Yeah, they took. There's a way to get over there, but I need to be able to pass from the other side, which is a pain in the ass.
This Cage Octorok fires screaming Nicolas Cage heads at me. I don't like those petals. I don't like anything here. I wanna unalive the planet, not myself, just everything else. Although, actually, this Deku form makes me consider also including Link in the unaliving.
I got a touchy kick. Let me try to get to where suit need the item on the
Okay,
wall.
I'm just gonna hit this as a loading
Well,
zone.
I don't think I can get to the drainage system because I need to be able to swim.
Oh, is that an upgrade? Like, is that a check upgrade you can get, like for swimming? Because if that's an upgrade, we can get
do a hint to see who needs
yeah, you can
got
hint it,
the swim.
Yeah.
Or if there's like breath or something, yeah.
Yeah, no, there's nothing for that. There's usually creatures you can
Oh,
hold
what
on to.
Oh, okay. All cage. Everything is cage.
It would be a lot easier to put out the fire on your back if you stopped running around.
Everything is horrific. Even the fire is cage. Like, the fire itself had cage faces on it.
I'm really trying to help you, sir, but you need to stop running away. That was another shot.
Oh, Herb Catalyst. I think I'll be able to unlock a new world for suit.
Nope.
So you sent the rocket
It's a
nozzle.
whole
I'm not
new
sure where
world.
exactly that is. I would assume
Yeah, I
that
think
would
I'll
spawn
just-
the
I'll
rocket
just,
nozzle
have
box,
to
but it did not.
Ask for...
Oh, yeah, that's what I would have assumed too. Is it
Huh?
just like a nozzle you could switch into? Maybe?
No.
Huh.
I'm just gonna ask for if you can get me gates subterranean to shoreline.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what that did exactly.
Okay,
Okay. Ugh. Whoa, so much stuff.
here you go.
Maybe I need to get to a certain point in the game before that'll spawn?
Oh,
No, I don't want to get
Alright,
fancy.
I'm in the factory now.
interesting.
I have no idea.
It
how that
definitely
works.
sent, though, I think.
Yeah, it said that it did, so I assume it did. Weird. Okay.
I'm finding a lot of my own woodfall berries in here for some reason.
I'm sorry.
Oh no.
No, I said that because I said.
Oh.
Wait,
Oh,
that's
because
not
that-
me who died.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you said I'm sorry, and then a lizard came up behind me.
It was all you, Tuna. How'd you do it?
I was the lizard.
Tuna sent the.
Aw. It was a lizard hitman.
Yeah, I said I'm sorry because I sent like 1 or 2 wood fairy to you.
Ah. Agricultural zone chip.
Oh, that's good.
Is it, though?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Okay, I
That's
really need
you.
to explore.
Oh, well, I hope you're enjoying Cage the Cage.
That's...
Extra cagey.
There you go.
Oh,
Cage, cage. Description.
Suit.
Oh, I just realized my heart is also Nicolas Cage.
Here, I got this for you.
Your heart is Nicolas Cage?
Yep.
The one that
I-
beats in your chest?
I don't think
Yeah.
you needed it.
All 7 of
Suit,
them.
But I got you the base
no,
voice of
that
Cola.
still helps.
Gosh, have you seen those animations
What do I
where
have?
Link, like, getting more hearts is literally, like, ripping hearts out of people's chests and eating them? It's terrifying. It's like all of his hearts are just actually human hearts that he's been eating. Vulture masks to soot. That sounds good.
Yes, it scares lizards.
Oh, nice. Now you don't have to worry about lizards eating you.
Yeah, except I do need items to deal with that grass. Yeah, I guess just to get the check, I'm gonna like eat one of these.
Blue coin?
No. It just occurred to me I'm gonna have to do the sand birds soon.
Yay, sand.
That's gonna be a
I actually have
lot
a
of
couple
deaths, I'm telling y'all right now.
Oh god, okay.
Well,
Not yet, not yet. We got a little bit of time.
how many deaths is a lot of deaths?
Oh, however many it takes me to complete it.
Fair enough.
Okay.
We'll see how many that
Brother
is.
Longlegs trapped the soot.
I haven't seen any enemy traps happen. I'm starting to wonder if they're not like working.
I mean, that's probably not a bad thing considering how many deaths we're going through already.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
true.
not complaining.
Unless they can only trigger after like a certain area or something.
A grenade?
Oh,
Oh
The fuck killed me?
my toe touched the skull Tula.
no! Oh my god.
Maybe keep those Skulltulas away from your feet.
But I have to kill them to get the checks. It was a gold skull
Yeah,
Tula
but
on
they
the
can
floor.
stay away from your feet!
It was immobile, and I still got hit by it. I just gotta stay further back from the jars in case there's like a skull Tula in them. Okay.
To be on
see it.
in order to find the coins.
No. It's not here? It was not here. Where was he?
Oh god! Go away, Cataquack.
Don't you love Cataquack stuff?
I do actually. They're one of my favorite Mario enemies.
There you are.
They're underrated little guys.
I need...
Even when you can play them in Mario Kart World?
Yeah, that's like their first return in years.
Gotta watch out for mobile objects. They're killers, honestly. Oh, the map first. Oh, I forgot I randomized my maps. No wonder I haven't been able to find anything.
Question, so do you need the spear?
The what?
Spear.
Just a normal spear.
Nah, they're everywhere.
Okay. Sorry,
I got one little value 20 rupee. I don't have a bottle yet. Oh, whoa, wait, who sent me the grapple hook? When did I get that?
Oh.
When did that happen?
Didn't you grab it?
Did I get it
you grabbed
myself? Oh no, I didn't. Oh, I didn't use a check on it. No, I used a check on the bow.
Oh. Let me just see.
Oh, the wooden log doesn't count as wood? That's disappointing. Don't worry. I'll use the powers of Child Woodland Cage.
Tweak, what would you prefer? The Stray Fairy for the Stone Tower or the Dungeon Map for the Stone Tower?
Probably the dungeon map would be better. The temple. So instead of Woodland Temple, it's called the Temple of the Hills on the Waterfall. Oh no. Oh, the Dekus are also terrifying.
Okay, there we go. They're fine.
So now
Everything's
that
fine.
I have-
Don't worry
This
about
is the
it.
Palace of Digs. Do you dig it? You can see general infringements, idiot Monopoly. What?
Do you dig what the dig it is digging?
Follow the corridor right. Resolution 1. Append Royal Hall Master. No support. Oh, okay. What are they talking about?
Coin, but we're gonna try to do it anyway.
That sounded horrific.
I'm just
Fun.
focusing on getting my karma up right now so I can actually leave.
Screw it, I'll go all the way around.
See, the nice thing with Sunshine is that most of the time when I'm screaming about something, it's likely not a death, it's likely just that I fell from a high height.
Yeah, that's right.
Damn it, why are you running around with 4.5 pair of shoes? Guys, it's fun.
Hello, Bucket.
Is that the Zora mask?
Bucket.
Oh my gosh, I think I found my own Zora mask.
Oh,
Hi, Bucket.
wow.
How you
Oh my
doing?
God, it's
Oh
horrendous.
my god!
The Zola mask is horrendous.
So our mask is huge, though.
Yep, it is.
Hello!
You just woke up?
You do have a good sleep.
Yeah. You woke up pretty late.
Just speeding through the Deku Gardens right now.
I think that might also be
Shit, I missed my jump.
food.
Ah.
Yeah, that is food.
Okay, time for Mr. Beans.
Birds, get back here. All of you bluebirds are checks.
Okay, you're my
Come
first
back here,
agent.
I'm happy
Yeah,
for
magic
you.
beans. Newspapers grow on their own. In fact, water is what you're doing. I understand one open view. Try to attract him perfect soil.
Lucy! Thank you so much for the raid! Hello!
Thank you for the raid. Immovable jade for tuna.
Big raid!
How
Yeah,
was your
that's a
stream?
good
What were you
one.
up to? You were doing Nuzlocke stuff!
Oh,
Oh, cool.
Exciting. You know how excited I get about Nuzlocks?
Oh, just in
Nah.
time before someone dies.
Appleseed actually doesn't care at all
Sorry.
about Nuzlocke or
You're
Or-
fine.
That's
Dark
fake
Pelagos.
news. I don't appreciate you spreading these lies and slander.
just the blatant lies.
This is libel against me, and I will be suing.
Oh,
You're
My one
fine,
weakness.
Toot. I got the checkpoint just in time.
Shit, how is that?
oh, I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that the flower has a flesh hole open up.
Nostalgia games. And...
One up, Apple.
Oh,
Yay! Saves me from getting more game overs. Who's got past Watson, which is about the wall, because there's nothing past it yet. Yeah, fair.
I don't know if anyone saw this, but if you go in the flower, a tiny Nicolas Cage flesh hole opens
Another
up.
raid. Oh my god, Rick Priestess! Hello!
oh,
It's horrific.
beautiful.
Another
Hey!
raid! Oh my god!
Hello,
Hello.
hello, all the raiders.
So many friends are raiding today!
Hey, hi, Raiders.
We have our new overlay and also collabs with friends.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
first Deathipelago for Canada Day.
It's great. Yeah. We made the good decisions.
The good decisions.
Dream.
Nah, I don't
I
think
have
to
to
rush
wait.
anything anymore.
Oh, advanced component. I have a lot of Tuna King stuff and a lot of Apple stuff, but I haven't seen like anything from my game for Soot.
Also, welcome raiders. Hi. I'm Appleseed. If you don't know me, I'm your friendly neighborhood called the Druid. I play indie games. I play games nostalgic to me. I play Archipelago randomizers.
Azure Sand
That's
Magazine.
We're doing a big Deathlink Archipelago with friends from the Mythical Menagerie.
It's been cursed.
Hi.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic. The actual content inside the game has been horrific.
All the death we
Streaming in a
have,
few months.
none of them were from me.
Yeah. Tuna's been flawless.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. I
Yep.
appreciate it.
Alright. Here's your stray fairy.
Oh, thank you.
Can't wait
Now
to
I'm
see
gonna
you guys.
have to focus on getting Jen to be able to give a lot of blue coin to
Okay.
Apple.
I'm almost to another checkpoint. I can get to that checkpoint before we have a massive Deathlink kill us all. Should be fine.
Fuck you!
No! I was 1 inch from the checkpoint!
Oh, I didn't die.
Well, you will for my game over.
Uh,
I dodge it again. I'm gonna dodge it. You can't stop me. I
oh
dodge it.
man, I have to cross the whole temple again.
No! Transference for Pinna Park now. That's good.
I think the double death links are really crushing Soot's karma.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
It's okay. So there could have been an option to turn it off, but I was like, I'm not getting the real Rain World experience if there's no, like,
Yeah, of
karma.
Yeah.
But now
For
I'm
sure.
like, that was probably a mistake.
Now you're like,
Oh no, it doesn't make a man in my screen.
maybe that would have been a smart idea.
Taking
I
Manny
think the
screen.
whole point of Rain World, though, is your karma
Yeah.
goes down when you die. Like, it's the whole cycle of life and survival and all that.
Yeah.
Is Rain?
I'm definitely having some thoughts.
Yes.
It is a difficult game.
Yeah.
Rain World is difficult. Like, it's a survival game. It's not as difficult as it looks here. I'm just getting really bad randomization, and the depth links are making it really bad. Like, it started me in the final area, and the ways to get out of here are all really tough right now.
It's one of those games
Because it
that's
doesn't
like,
expect you to go back. You're not supposed to go back. And I didn't take that
Oh,
into
home
account.
song. Oh.
And then it randomized the
That's
final
crazy.
area in. And I guess for the future I'll know, let's not leave this in when you randomize areas. I did not consider this, and it put me in the final area. I'm like, oh, this is bad. I just need to get to the shoreline, hopefully.
Oh god, no!
So
Oh,
I
that's
need my
bad.
karma up.
no. Fuck.
I got
Yeah, and
another
certain
one.
gates
Good.
require certain amounts
got-
of karma, which
I
is why
got
I'm
knocked
putting mine
off of a
out.
bridge into poison and
Did
then
I just
drowned. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I did die.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got knocked off
No,
a bridge
Rain
into
World is one
poison.
of those games.
Well, that sucks.
Rain World's a game that like I've owned because I just own a million games, but I don't actually know anything about.
I
When you were
honestly
playing it, I was like,
love Rain World. I've beaten it a few times now, and I did it in the last Async Archipelago with Deathlink, and I beat it. Deathlink,
Yeah.
like this is it's been interesting.
I'm also just, you know.
I need to
games
get to where I have to
so,
go,
you
but
know.
there's not many
Yeah.
shelters. Like the shelters are
Oh,
so spread
yeah.
apart here. So I need to get my
Definitely not.
karma up, and I need to get there.
Definitely
That's
not
fine.
playing
I'm not planning to beat it. We're
Games.
just suffering.
Yeah.
at the moment, vanilla.
But I guess I am not rolling in the subterranean.
Vanilla.
I'm not rolling in the subterranean next time.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
damn,
playing-
did I not? I did not think this out. I did not think. Because you just don't go back. It's meant to be endgame. You're not supposed to go back. And I'm trying
Yeah, no,
to
that's
crawl
fair.
out of here. And the game is like, what do you mean?
But no,
So that's
I'm
been
playing
the main struggles.
Why are
I'm
you trying
playing,
to
like-
leave?
4 different games vanilla right now with full intentions of just eventually playing the Archipelago.
I just realized I tried to pay Tingle 40 lube. That is a
But yeah, maybe for
randomization.
this kind of collab, I should have turned karma off.
It depends on the
technical-
game, Lucy. Some of them
Yeah.
are really easy to set up.
Yeah, like for example, Risk Rain 2. If you want to play that with an Archipelago, you load Mod Manager, turn on the mod, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
That's the whole.
Same thing with the Tasmanian Tiger.
This one's also pretty simple. You drag a zip file into the recomp, and you're good to go. But then there's ones like where you have to have a certain version of the game installed on Steam, and then you have to like set up like a mod loader, and then you have to set up the files in that mod loader to connect to the thing.
Yeah, so it really just depends what you're playing.
Yeah.
Stardew was also pretty easy. You just need like the mod manager for Stardew,
Yeah.
Yeah.
basically. And that's about it.
So yeah, the karma's the tricky parts, because like,
I don't know about this Tingle cage.
I don't
yeah.
know how I'm going to get to the next area if I keep dying.
That's why I was hoping there was like a breath extension.
It would put like a lot of karma in the game for you, right? Like as
yeah, it's the fact that
Yeah.
like I didn't take into account dying so much. Like sometimes I'll be in my shelter and I'll die in my shelter.
Yeah, fair.
Can you teleport between shelters that you found? Like, is there a teleport trap to go to other zones? Or
I don't know. Actually, let me check. That might actually help me out.
yeah.
Cause jeez. I can't search stuff like that.
No, who was that?
Who killed me?
I'm not dead.
Yeah, I can't.
Did people die?
I can't search traps.
Yeah.
Okay, so
then I'm dead.
I guess I can avoid dying with a heart piece. That's cool. If I grab a heart piece the moment a death happens, I don't die. That's great.
Yeah, no worries, Rack. Take care.
Wait. One time fast travel to any discovered shelter, but I haven't discovered any shelters.
Are the shelters
Games where you
checked?
die a lot? It's literally any Metro.
Can I get anywhere else of this? I need
I
to
think
try
you need tons of
it.
recommendations for that.
Because, like, I haven't discovered anything else, so where is it taking me?
Oh god, why is Epona Nicolas Cage? Oh my god, this is awful. What did they do to you? So Epona is a being beyond comprehension.
That's unfortunate. Okay. We're gonna see where this takes me. Please be somewhere else.
Start by doing the difficult ones.
Oh.
Enopa. Yeah, that seems about right.
Fuck. Okay. Well, I don't have any other discovered shelters, so I just was put in the same shelter, but I have karma up at least. Ugh. For like, we'll see how long that lasts.
It's something, isn't it?
It is something. Okay.
Hey, time to do the horrific transformation into Zola.
Oh.
I hate it. So far, everything has been I hate it.
Yeah,
Everything has been, nope.
that's been very mood.
I think Tweak has mastered that spell in this game. Okay, at least we can get out here again. I only have 3 rupees, so I can't afford Tingle. It's fine. And I really should have checked where my boss masks are. That would have been the thing to hint.
Go, 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 go.
Okay. Time for another Skulltula house.
That will not kill you, right?
Won't kill you, right?
Oh, a blue coin.
I see the shine spread.
Is that a heart container? Oh my gosh, I have 2 hearts.
Oh my god.
I've upgraded. I've doubled my health.
Holy shit. Amazing.
Fuck, no.
No, I'm not taking any. Oh!
Oh, my HUD is gone. Was that a trap?
Okay, this way.
Wait a minute.
I sent you what would have been your Deku mask.
I might
Oh,
have
excellent.
to-
now I know I'm in logic again.
going back to this level because there was a blue coin that I haven't gotten. I just wanted to grab the shine sprite before everyone.
This is good.
You have beautiful crust. Thanks, game. I'm so happy I have beautiful
That's
crust.
Alright, I
That's
need
something to say to Ciabatta right there.
Okay.
Just go. You know what? After stream, I'll just have to message Ciabatta. They have beautiful crust. No further
Yeah,
context.
No context. I think it's funny if we all do it separately.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we should all do it. That's exactly.
Zumi's trapped us it.
Yes. I am Zoomy. Oh my god, I'm Zoomy. I can't control myself.
Oh no. It's too
That's
zoomy.
Zoomies for ya.
Too Zoomy.
Fish, please.
Oh my god.
Fish, please. Fish, please. Fish, please. Fish, please. I just want that blue coin. It's gonna phase out of existence.
Oh, I got the mature wall.
It's on the edge of the map. I can't reach
I'm
it.
so fast. Oh my god. Okay.
Did I get any more items? I did
No.
I can't grab this blue coin. Okay, I'm gonna.
Is it cause you're blue? Wabadi yabadai.
Please.
No, it's like,
Please leave.
I'm so
Please
happy I
leave.
have beautiful crusts. Thank you. That is a great quote.
I think
Context
it's like
there is just
slightly,
lacking.
and it's like on the very edge of the map.
Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone.
Send something to Soot.
No,
I'm sure it was fine.
a joke rifle?
Yeah, the quote will reappear in 6 months. Yeah, that's the best.
What?
When a quote vanishes for that long, and then it's gonna come back, and it's gonna be like, I have beautiful crust, and it's gonna be like, what the heck?
I am trying to get this blue coin, but I am failing to do so. Sorry, friends, I'm
Why-
singing about what
Hold
I'm
on,
doing because that's one of my redeems.
Was
But
Nicholas-
this coin is fading into the ground!
Fuck, no way. No.
Was Nicolas Cage Superman? Oh.
No!
Just have to finish my puzzle.
I couldn't escape
I fell and
it!
died and it made me sad.
Sorry, I couldn't escape it!
And you got Family Guy death posed.
Ah!
I'm trying to go for the deeper parts of the spider house, because that way if any of those deaths happen, I don't have to go as far the next time.
That's what I'm trying to do too. I have to redo this.
Wait, it's doing this.
You thought song might have soothed the scary coin. I appreciate it. I appreciate the
Message
thought
token of the
process.
saint for Soot. Cool. I don't know
Yeah.
what that means, but
Is that gonna expand my karma, please?
hey, I got a third heart.
Yo!
Oh, well, technically the
just,
game
like,
said I have a
rolling.
third heart disease, but
Mm. Okay, well that's a little bit more tragic. Um,
don't worry,
I'm
it's,
sad
it's
that
my
they
third
didn't
one.
change the art with Nicolas Cage's face.
Hype upgrade for Tuna.
Oh, that's really good. Thank you.
another shine spray. Nice.
Yep, Shine Sprite.
Poison
Now
wall
my
climbing
Eevee.
gecko for Tuna.
Oh, that's for poisonous stuff. Got it.
Why is it a poison gecko?
There's a character in this game that you have to give him poison, and it will give you alcohol to get yourself more max HP.
Ah, okay.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm almost done the library.
Okay. You gave me
Oh my gosh.
a gun.
What?
So, I'm going to shoot the shit out of that
Oh,
creature.
I don't feel so good about this for Canada Day anymore.
You gave a slug cat a gun.
It's like that meme where the cat's being handed a gun. It's like, do crimes.
Yeah.
What do you have?
It'll
No.
be fine. It's great.
And Mario sitting over there being like, I have a gun. It's like, yeah, a water gun. Shine spray.
Blue fruit.
Oh no. Oh my gosh, I can't. Why am I so bad at the platforming here? I've never had this much issue climbing these bookcases.
No, get out of there. You're gonna get freaking...
Maybe I'm too distracted by the cageless Nicks. You got one purple. Oh man, I love one purple.
Single purple.
That's my favorite purple.
I'm old. That was the wrong side.
Shine sprite.
Oh, the Goron mask. Wow, I have all 3 transformation masks already.
Hell yeah.
Like this.
That's
No,
nice.
Wait, I'm gonna
no
wear
boss
this.
masks, but all 3. Oh god. Oh god. It's a soot sprite with Nicolas Cage eyes.
I am very close to being a 5th of the way to my goal. So, you know.
Ah!
Not to be
Stop
confused with a
blocking
4th of
my
the way to your goal.
way!
Yeah. Specifically a 5th. I need 50 shine sprites and I'm almost at 10.
Hmm.
Do not be
Hmm.
mistaken, guys. It is specifically 5th.
Okay, I'm hunting the spooters.
Let's go to pin apart, because that has some
Like how Doc Ock hunted Spooter Man.
Yes.
Excuse me?
Okay, so I'm gonna jump
Blue
down
coin.
here.
Man, how many blue coins have I had?
To be fair, there's a lot of them.
That's fair.
I'm
I
not
got
surprised.
the
Oh god.
like
Ooh, that almost
little
killed me.
cutscene for pin apart, but then when I went
was an-
over there was a
I get
person
an
there.
elite enemy just to give you a red rupee.
Ah, that was the greatest $10 you could have stolen from an enemy.
Nice. So maybe we
Use
can't go to
this.
pin apart yet. I thought we
Well, I
could.
gave you $50 for that $10.
Thank you. It was a good trade-off for me.
Okay, guys. Just a heads up, it's Sandbird time.
Oh, Sandbird. I remember that. It's got like a traumatic memory zone in the brain.
Yeah. It's not too bad once you recognize the patterns. But
Hey, if anything in this room me slightly, I die.
Power keg.
Another blue coin. Wow.
what's the more the merrier?
Oh shit.
This item isn't doing anything.
Oh, New Wave Bossa Nova. Oh my god, it's the first temple I'm
Why
gonna be
can't
able
I
to
get
do
rid
the
of
water
these?
temple. That's unfortunate.
Okay, that's not good.
Another blue coin. Why is this house just filled with blue coins?
Oh my god, it's not letting me. No. There. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh!
This spider
Oh, I'm
house
still
is like
alive, I'm still
90%
alive.
blue coins.
Okay, so because I don't have... Okay, that makes sense. Because I don't have...
Because you don't have.
Turbo nozzle,
Yeah.
I can't use the turbo nozzle boxes yet.
Oh.
So what it
Are you
did,
kidding?
when I got the rocket nozzle, is it gave me the ability to use rocket nozzle boxes.
Ah.
Just once I have them unlocked. I thought it would just give the one in, like, the like...
Yeah.
Where's my healing thing?
Okay.
By the way, Tweak, I sent you the power keg.
Yeah, and I've got the Goron masks. I think that means I can do the early... Why can I not grab that Skulltula? I can do the early
I
on the
told her.
ridge. I can't get that token, it won't let me.
Oh,
Okay, apologize in advance for deaths that will likely occur.
It's okay. I'm
Oh
like
my
at
god,
1
this is
HP.
chaos.
I'm trying to find a place to heal myself.
I can just remember, stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive.
Ah!
That wasn't even me!
No
I
longer
just thought it
alive.
was me.
No longer alive. No longer alive. Oh, was that the game over?
Yeah.
Ultimately, he had a conflicting view on power to Peter. Instead, the power comes great responsibility. Doc Ock believes power places him above those.
Okay, it gave me the pin-up cutscene again, so can I go to pin-up part 1?
Or Dr. Poctopus
No!
was just really into tentacles. Do this small. Used to open door, only a cell. That doesn't tell me what that key is for.
Are you good, Sid?
No, because I was almost. I need to get to the shoreline.
Are you okay?
I was so close.
Do you need a virtual hug?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I'm just losing my mind.
You're just screaming, and I
She's
feel like my
She's a lost her
part of me is
mind. She's
turning
a lost
on,
her
and I'm
mind.
like, I don't know if you're in actual pain, and
I am kind of in pain. It's fine. I can't go more downhill than I already am.
We've already gone to the bottom, so really and truly.
Yes.
Well, there's an explosive spear. Does that help?
Oh,
Specifically an
explosive spears are good.
ones.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I made it to Zora Fountain. There's a shop here that might have stuff in it.
Why not slug cats long?
I saw
That is the question.
Yeah,
Bluebird. Where
that's
did he
true.
go?
So all of our games are completely normal. I don't understand what you. Oh, I found light arrows.
I'm gonna do this thing.
Oh wait. Need to go back in there.
How you doing, Bucket?
I'm gonna
I
do
can-
this
Oh
Mega Bowser fight.
Nope,
Oh my gosh,
Nope,
a-
it's turning.
I
Nope,
need-
it's turning. Nope.
A blue coin for 2
okay,
rupees.
okay.
That's a steal.
Okay,
Okay, $80 for $50 for tuna. There, I spent $80 for
I am
50.
long and free.
The exchange rate makes no sense. You spent like several hundred for 5, and I spent 80 for 50.
Pretty much. And yeah, I spent 1,000 for 10.
Gosh, this
Oh my god,
area makes
what is this?
So much to say. Look,
Okay.
Oh.
No!
Why did that happen? Was that me?
I don't know.
I don't.
Maybe
it says
it was
from
me.
Tweak, so
Oh, okay.
it must have been.
Apparently, the double damage did that much fall damage. Something from a small ledge. Well, I really didn't think it would kill me. That's crazy.
I need to run to the left.
Oh god, no. Rudo cage in a dress.
Oh my god.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful, Tweak, beautiful.
Oh, the earrings are also Nicolas Cage. Double fall damage from double gravity. Yep. It was double.
I hope the Master Sword is gonna be Nicolas Cage.
Oh yeah, that would be pretty good. I can go to this temple, so left, up, left, right, down.
I believe I can get there.
They need to make a Ben Drown version of this, where Ben just hunts you for the whole thing.
Oh.
Great Bahia, I need your strength. Get back. Okay. As a wise man once said, baby, get back. Okay, here we go. Turtle.
Oh.
Okay. Stone Tower temple music is a little unnerving, but that's fine. I can live with it.
Okay, what? I should have extra food.
Can give you this.
Food. I'm gonna eat that.
Oh my god, the price range are stupid.
Your turtle is stoned. Yep. They're invertedly stoned. Oh my gosh, I did not realize how stoned the odds are. Reciprocation Jade.
Twig,
Yes.
when you get the big bag to have a lot of money, let me know because I can buy a gold rupee anytime I want.
Oh. I mean, I can hold 200 rupees right now.
Isn't the gold rupee like 500?
Yeah, I think it might be more.
So I can just hold it. I can come back to the.
I see,
the
okay.
anytime.
Come back when you're a little richer.
Twig, would you like to have a bottle?
Oh yes, actually, bottles would be fantastic. I could finish the Gold Skull Tula heads.
You have a bottle.
Enjoy an adorable flashback.
You know what? I'm gonna go do that. I would rather do that than the Water Temple.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, I have one of the trap that suit can have, which
No.
which is the timer
No.
trap. I'm not gonna grab it. It's a trap. Soup would rather never receive this item, but hero are forged in agony.
Oh.
Probably doesn't care. You need this.
Death is also
Yeah,
forged in agony.
yeah.
Alright. I'm back.
Probably need.
Wait, I'm already at the
Oh,
entrance.
you need the blue coins. Here, have another one.
Blue coins are for squares. And I don't know what I have to. You know what? I'm gonna quickly bring up the thing and hint some stuff.
Hint all the things. Do it.
Oh, Goron Village. Okay, so I have one of mine. I'm just wondering what my endgame items are.
Alright, so I should be doing this one.
Sky Orgs.
If there is a
that might be a
teleportation
pain to
trap,
do,
I
but
would
I'm
definitely
doing it.
say yes.
Tingle Romani Ranch Mat. Wait, that's in my world too? I have two of my endgame items in my own world? Okay. Let's see. What are the other two? Odalwa? Odalwa's is the W and OS Teen Hu flower in Fat Tuna King's world.
Which place?
W and OS Tian Ho flower.
Okay, on the workshop place. War store, I mean.
The
Which
last one is Twin Molds.
Oh, it's gonna be a little bit before I can grab that.
It's in the Sky Islands in Soot's world. Oh.
Well, you're gonna have to let me leave this goddamn forsaken area I'm
That
stuck
one's
in.
that
And
one's never
maybe
gonna
I
happen.
can get to Sky Islands.
We might be waiting a little bit on that one.
I'm trying my best here. Every time I get close, I die.
Okay, I think I know what bird that is.
Yeah, that's an
I
entrance
can
bird.
get that for you.
Also, oh my god,
Pretty
Bucket,
easily.
4 years?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's
Crazy.
been that long.
Don't worry, we're all a little crazy here.
Okay. Okay, I got my
No,
karma
no,
up
no,
to
no,
max.
no, no,
That's
no,
fair.
no,
We
no,
were
no,
kind of
no,
thrown
no,
off
no,
too
no,
when we
no,
realized
no, no.
like with our stream anniversary's coming up and it's our 5th one since becoming like VTubers, but technically
Yeah,
it's like
I
our
count-
7th since
I mean,
streaming, but
I don't even count before VTubing because
yeah, it doesn't
I
really matter.
barely streamed and I didn't know what the hell I was doing. It's like I don't know. I didn't become even consistent or anything till I started VTubing.
Yeah.
So I consider when Suits was born, basically.
Oh, I didn't want to go here. I wanted to go to the other one. Oh, Mountain Title Deed. Okay.
Yeah, I was in the process of getting that shine sprite, but now I'll get you that bird.
Okay, I need to get out of here. What is the fastest way out? Probably that way.
What about this gate? Chimney canopy of the exterior.
That is also good, because that will help me reach the proper story line. And then I have to get all the way back to here. It's so weird. Like, I'm going backwards.
Yeah. I'm heading to the spider house to finish it. Let's see, they gave me a bottle. The most important of Zelda items.
But yeah, chimney canopy is good.
Like, technically you don't even need the Master Sword. Like, a bottle's good enough.
Yeah, one bottle and a stick.
Yep.
Okay, so it is that bird. It's the bird I was trying to get
Wait, were you saying the Valhalla server is up now, or it's going up on...
No.
Oh, so it's not a server, it's a...
No. Oh god!
It's a stream, it's a stream thing we're doing, so it'll only be on Friday while we're playing. But you're more than welcome to hop in while it's going on.
We are going to be starting
there will be a Valheim server
later for 1.0 though.
Yeah. Yeah, first
if that's something you're interested in.
Yeah.
It's gonna be $50.
We were just doing a fun crowd control thing for now.
Which translates to 2 rupees, which translate to like 0 Canadian dollars.
I'll take everything.
Not every it's because because Valheim can do the 3D
That's
models.
Fair. I want to eventually just for VR chats, but I don't plan to go full 3D since I have been learning a ton of live 2D, and I just
what's an egg
2D
bug
is
egg?
just going to be my thing.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah.
It's nice having
I want it for VR chat though.
Yeah.
Like to use on occasion.
Yeah.
I will say.
Yeah, having all options is very nice.
Yeah. Like I said, for VR chats, absolutely. But I'm definitely, because I can make a lot myself, am sticking to live 2D, and it's taken a lot to learn as well, and I'm really proud of my improvements with it.
Yeah, no, you've been like doing a lot with it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
Maybe
I'm
working
just-
on a more. I may be working on like
Hooked myself.
a new suit version in the background. I'll just say that.
Oh my gosh, Fear Stadium mask.
Super excited.
Everything is now killable.
Ah,
Everything bleeds. Including
funny,
that
I'm
dog
just
right there. What?
I'm just waiting for Val to do my 3D model in VR chat.
I want
I
to
need to
eventually
hook up.
commission Val, but I feel like she's been drowning in models.
Yeah.
But I do want to get me and Tweak.
Yeah, we have the Twitch on her list somewhere at some point. But other than that,
I don't know. Because I know she's been saying she's been very busy, so
and the game dev
wait till
project
she's more freed up.
game dev project is starting soon too. Game dev project.
I don't think that's something we've ever done.
There's a game dev project going on.
Portable Puerto Rican, thank you for the hydrate.
Oh.
Hydrate.
I did not know that was a. I didn't know there was a game dev project going on. That sounds neat. Happy Canada Day! Yeah, how's it going?
Hey, Lori! Happy Canada Day!
Ah,
How
think
are
of the
you,
water!
Hello, hello.
I feel like it's been a spicy second since I've seen you.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Lantern sent us it.
Oh, nice. That can help me in dark areas.
Dang it. Missed my jump.
You're saying lanterns are used in the dark?
No, you use that in the day.
I should do you one side painter. eventually had time to dev something. Oh, possibly. I've been.
That really depends if we have projects.
I need double
We're
jump.
kind of like, we're working on the Slay to Spire thing, and no!
Man,
Story of my life.
I
Too
just
many
haven't.
projects.
I haven't really decided on the game dev project I want to. I have like, if you actually look at my like library of stuff I've been working on, I've got like
We've been
3 projects.
projects.
Well, but
We have
I've got
so
like
much.
3 personal projects that like
You
that
have
I'm
3
working on.
personal projects. We're working on the Slay to Spire stuff.
One.
That's been like also.
Oh god, no bees.
You always have projects.
As someone who also always has projects, I relate.
Yeah.
One was like a One was like a Pikmin style thing I was working on. Pretty fun. I'm obsessed with Pikmin. I would say, actually, yeah. Now that there's even more people here, I can throw the question out there again. If you had to choose like 2 franchises, 1 or 2 franchises that were the only franchises of a game you could play from now on, what would they be? And for me, it was Zelda and Pikmin.
Pokemon for sure.
That's fair.
9 soul.
I'm so focused, I need to get out of here.
I want to say Pokemon and Zelda.
Gotta get out of
It
here.
is tough though because
What's that? What is that?
you're losing out on a lot of games.
It is.
But with the knowledge that like a new Spyro is on the horizon,
Oh god, my god, yes.
I think I gotta have Spyro in there.
Yeah, that's what I said too. I'm like,
Spyro, I think, etches out Zelda in my heart.
That's
I hate this, please. Oh god. Okay, thank you
Risk
for
of
leaving.
Rain? Oh, that's
Thank
a
you
good
for
one.
checking out.
That don't get Ocarina of Time at that point.
Risk of Rain, yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna miss Miss Rain and Deep Rock.
I need to get out of here.
Sent another blue coin.
So many blue coins. It's good. I'm not complaining. Just
Oh no, that's bad.
No!
You're going for full release on the project. Nice.
oh, no.
Man, yeah. I mean, it sounds interesting.
I'm sorry, I got cornered into a wall and I was going to die by the
Oh.
Algorithm.
I just take on too many mod things. Like, I'm looking into modding Far Far West. I'm looking into modding
have been
Roadcore.
doing so much that I've yelled at Tweak a couple times if he freaking accepts one more thing from somebody. You need to stop.
So can you do
Focus
this
on
for
what
me?
we're doing.
Yeah, sure, dude.
See, I'm currently in my era of like, and I feel bad because I do.
You changed
think
my
stream
sword.
Stuff has suffered from it a little bit, but I'm in my era of like personal professional development. I'm like doing a lot of really big things professionally.
Yeah.
And
in, like,
that's
my personal
great.
life, so
Oh, I need to use that.
Like
gem.
my
Oh,
big
perfect.
thing right now is
I have a fully funny game project and need someone to learn. If I'm kidding. Fully
I-
funny game project. That sounds pretty awesome, actually. Too bad. Damn.
You literally
I
gave
just
me
been
a
like devoted
shake.
to Live 2D and getting better with it. In fact, I want to take my time more with art sites, and I'm still going to be working on
That's
my
fair,
model
that's fair.
updates and things in the background, because it's like I gotta keep the rigging flow.
I just heal myself.
Man, whoever got me the upgrade sword, by the way. Fantastic. Oh, great fairy mask. I need to see what this looks like.
that was me for the upgraded sword. And
Oh, I hate it. It's beautiful. I hate it.
Electric
yeah,
spear.
no, I have a lot of like streaming projects I need to work on too, but I've had like stuff that I've been wanting to do for ages that I just haven't been able to get around to because school has been
Get that.
so busy.
I get that.
But school is like done
These are deadly.
next month, which is
Yeah.
crazy. So
Well,
That's cool.
I'll be someone with a degree, which is wild.
Hell yeah.
5 years fun, dang.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I've only done crowdfunding personally when I got a board game published. Oh, a new Shine Sprite.
I will happily take shine sprites.
I had one that didn't get enough funding, and then 2 that did and got published.
Yeah. You can even find them on tabletop sound.
What?
Yeah, that's true.
What the
Yep.
fuck?
I put them both on there for people to play for free.
What's that?
Try them out. What happened?
4K?
Pretty
It was
good.
like a golden bullet bill that this person shot out. And I didn't know that was a thing. Could I
Sounds
get
cursed.
a shine sprite from that?
Oh, please save
Usually
me
when
from
things
this
are
hell.
colored gold in this game, it's because you get a shine sprite from it.
Oh,
I don't like trying to bait him. To
yeah,
do it.
assets are always
Oh no, don't kill me there.
pain.
This is not a good time.
No.
No, it's okay, I saved myself.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fair. It takes a lot of planning to get your
Yeah.
like before you do anything with crowdfunding, just to like prep ahead of time.
Crowdfunding should probably be like one of the final steps after you get everything else.
Yeah.
Dude, how close do you think you are at your place? That
Thank you, man.
I'm nowhere close because I'm scared that someone's gonna die.
wait.
So
Shine Sprite.
I'm not gonna take any risks so you can get out of there.
I was gonna run to the shelter because I felt like somebody was gonna die.
I'm not gonna die
There's
yet.
an alien bus right in front of me and I have no
Yeah,
idea.
that someone is me.
Unfortunately,
I'm sorry.
it's because the trek to get to where I need is so far from shelters because of the area I'm in.
Yeah.
Oh, someone died.
Oh, this is a different dealer. What the heck?
Yeah, sorry, that's
Which is fine. This is just.
Oh, I
this
didn't
is
get the
just
item. Damn.
What's going on tonight? It's okay. I
Aw.
signed up for this. It's fine.
Oh, I spent 81 rupees and got nothing because the
I'm
death happened at the wrong
emotionally
cutscene.
stable enough for this. It's okay.
I now know to never roll this area in with the randomizer.
Look,
With the
it's
korma.
Getting out is literally hell.
It's learning. You learn things.
Yeah.
You know.
All
Oh
the
man,
other
I need money
areas
again.
are fine because they're not as giant as this too.
Yeah.
How did I get so poor again?
I saw all your money.
Oh.
Yeah, Tuna specifically broke in and stole all our
Oh my god. I mean, Tuna did say they were holding on to a golden rupee, which is a lot of money.
Yep. That I can go grab at any time you need it.
I'm gonna go see what's in the Goron shop. I think I remember where that is. I almost never go to the Goron shop, actually. Oh, hold on. We need to see the. Oh my gosh, it's horrible. Okay, Goron transformation. Oh, the rocks on their back is just back hair. Man, what a Goron.
Oh my god, I have so much stuff there. Okay, that's good to see.
Woo!
Well,
Is that death?
yeah,
Yes.
a Goron killed me as a Tektite.
I'm waiting.
Or a Tektite killed me as a Goron.
It hasn't activated yet.
Oh, maybe you're safe.
Okay.
You're on a
Taking it.
You're on the pity system. I have no idea. Games like that and Noida would benefit from a system that like an item that would protect you from a deathlink if you have deathlink on, so you can like collect a couple of them and then be like, okay, I'm gonna do this like
Oh, are you kidding me?
crazy
No,
long thing.
dead.
That's not a good. That's not a good.
I just. Oh my fucking god.
I'm waiting for it.
We're at 39.
Cats froze. Okay,
Doing
they're
great,
fine.
y'all.
Your cat's immune to death.
That'd actually be really funny after all this. Oh, this is not good. This is not good.
Are there lizards on either side of you?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, we have God's Remains, the Compass for Stone Tower, and the Herb Catalyst for Tuna. Can't afford any of them.
This is good. It's not
poor.
needed, but it's good.
I'm too poor.
Why is it not letting me?
Gosh, this music with the baby crying in the background is horrifically cursed.
the baby cages.
Did my game just like...
Oh?
I don't know. Ah. Hello?
I might have to do the water temple. I don't know if there's anything else I can do until I get more money.
Oh, it's not good.
So you get some money.
It's not like... Uh-oh.
But have some money.
I don't know what uh-oh means. What's going on?
I might have to Alt F4.
Oh, you're just stuck? Oh,
Yeah.
I got murdered.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I wasn't sure it was because I
No, that
had
was-
to like...
That was me.
There's just murder. It's fine. Standard murder.
I'm trying to platform and apparently failing to do so. So,
Platforming's for the weak. Okay. Back to the water temple. Take 37. Although I don't have ice arrows, so I don't think I'm going to be able to finish it anyway, but that's fine.
Yeah.
If you can at least get some checks.
Yeah.
yeah, better than nothing.
Gosh, the Skulltulas are horrifying. They like, you know how there's like blank eye sockets in them normally? They like filled those with really big Nicolas Cage eyes.
Absolutely horrific. I hate that. But it's also really funny. So.
Yeah. So worth. Gotta scare you. Yeah, exactly. Whoever put this mod together was like, I want this to look more horrific, please. I understand, the big bike went off. What? What do you mean you understand that? I didn't understand that.
Big bike went
We
off.
understand that. You understand that.
The big bike went off.
The big bike
Yeah.
went off. Okay.
Pretty straightforward. They understand that.
Yeah. You don't understand why you didn't understand.
Blue
that.
coin.
Oh no, are you kidding me? Go. Ugh.
Also, yeah, we're officially over the 5th of the way to my goal, so
Wow.
got a whole 11 shine sprites out of the 50 we need.
What the heck is going on in here?
Alright. That was fun.
Spear damage increase for Soot.
Yay!
Yeah, a sneeze for me.
Oh, okay.
Oh got a check called Sneeze. What are you talking about?
Done.
Man, I'm gonna fail at dolphin diving in here for sure.
No, you got this.
We weren't really intending to finish tonight, Bucket.
No, we're not. Nah.
Very
Yeah, I
much.
don't think
There's
I don't
no
think we're
yeah,
intention.
We totally thought about finishing the game.
Speaking of which, we have another shack available if people want it. If people want it. I'm still looking for a couple things, so I don't really need mine.
Yeah, I'll hold on to mine.
Yeah, I think I'll hold on to mine too.
I will hold on to mine.
Oh, I have no keys. Oh, I can't really, I forgot about that.
Rip.
Yeah.
Well,
How close are you at your place, Suit?
What the?
I'm
Just one
getting
misstep would
there.
kill me.
I have accomplished great things.
I don't have any
Oh
wood
my
to
god,
do
I have,
myself.
oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, low gravity.
yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
this is awesome.
Oh, it's awesome? Okay, good.
Oh my god, the thing's really trying to
was
kill
probably
me.
intended.
Oh my god, that thing's really trying to get me.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% intentional to help you.
Well, until the murder sounds, probably.
Okay, we're fine.
Look, I was intended to help. I didn't say I succeeded.
Fair enough.
I'm just waiting for Suit to be able to finally get to her place that she needs to
I
go.
appreciate.
Oh, I got a thing. I didn't even get to see what it was because I hit it out of the water at full speed.
It was a shine spike for me.
Yay! Ocean
Monster
Skull
kelp
token.
here.
There's a thing that do not help
Can
on my
I?
side. I did not receive anything that give me more HP.
Oh, that worked! Yes! Your Stadia is so tall I can actually jump over areas I'm not supposed to. I wonder if I can get up this too. Can I climb this? Yeah, I can! Yeah!
Nice.
Okay. Let's just cheese that whole section of the dungeon. You're not even supposed to be able to do this without ice arrows.
Oh my god.
Okay, there's just nightmare creatures.
Making the
in
mother
this
of all
area.
omelets? Nice.
Almost there. So have to be really careful. That's evil.
Yeah, just make sure you can get this place so you have a place to go.
Oh, no. No, fuck!
Oh no.
No!
Oh.
No!
Were you
so
close?
to beating that
It's
level.
because there's like nightmare creatures and giant electric centipedes and stuff all over that area.
So close to
Man, is that the only way out too?
Yeah, all my other options are not good.
That's
Oh, no.
brutal. Cyborg chin armor from Metal Gear, yeah.
Oh. That's bad.
You seen the moon? Hold on, I gotta show you the moon.
I will...
Oh wait, that's a bad
Thank you,
view of the moon.
Murmur. I hope you're doing
We
good.
can get a better look at the moon. A totally normal moon. Nothing weird about it.
Totally normal moon.
Da-na-na-na.
The moon is just vibing. Bum,
Oh,
bum,
you
bum,
have
bum.
a seizure moon. Yeah, it's a Nicolas Cage seizure moon.
So you know, even better.
Yep.
There's a regular moon, but then there's this moon.
And there's also this. Oh, my doom.
Oh.
My doom save, no!
And here comes another one.
Oh. That's our game over.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. West Bell City. Where else can I go? Water Temple, I was getting stuck behind keys. Oh, I think I can go to Icona Canyon? Question mark?
Maybe I want my next check to be Yoshi.
Question.
Yoshi would give me some more options. So.
It'd be funny if dying in Doom also kills me. So, I thought about trying to see if I can hook up Doom Archipelago within Majora's Mask Archipelago.
Oh, because you wanted to play Doom on your computer.
Yeah.
Oh. That would be really good.
So you'd have to beat it within the 3 days of Majora's Mask as well.
It would have been very funny.
So funny. Oh, let me get this one.
I don't know how if there's gonna be many checks I'm gonna be able to do out here, but I'll give it a try. Halfway through, you play Doom in Doom. Oh my god! Yeah, there's probably a mod for that. The Doom mod.
Doom mod.
And Dompe's real crotchety. Is this an explosive dab spot? It is.
Ain't that the question?
Man, more Skulltula tokens.
God damn it.
Yeah, no, this version of the Blast Mask doesn't seem to hurt me.
Well, that's nice.
Oh. Very handy. Yeah, I need the captain's hat to get into a lot of the other tombs here.
Oh god.
Or a Garrow Mask. I guess I could take one of those and get up to Icona Canyon. Or I could do the Snowhead, or Sonata of Awakened, do Woodfall. There's a lot of options.
That worked for me.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna... Oh. Oh. What the heck? I didn't even know there was a Scarecrow spot up there.
Alright, where's this place?
Huh.
Oh, yeah, another puzzle thing. Got it.
So let's go to Woodfall, maybe, and use my... check on Woodfall Temple. The Sonata of Awakening could be good.
Get all of y'all out of the way.
Camaro Mask.
Oh, that's a good one.
I finally did this part. I'm still trying to find that thing that Sue tasked me. It's supposed to be in here.
I'm just trying to...
Doom that runs Doom. I want to see that. I actually want to see Doom running Doom now.
Oh my god, there's monster kelp here.
Okay, finally got those red coins.
Oh god, the whole temple's Nicolas Cage.
No, fuck this!
Is it like another really bad spot?
Everywhere is a bad spot.
Yeah, I guess when everything's bad.
Uh-huh.
You just have to go bad.
That's fine.
The coin?
I'm beating this.
Oh,
Whoa!
I pulled out my hook shot and died.
I look at my map and die.
Oh, if it's not that track. Okay, well it doesn't seem to take my points, so.
If I go up here.
Okay, another upgrade item. Blue coin. And I have a lot of these.
More the merrier. Should be like 100 and something of them.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
If not like 200.
So out of our like 300 items each person has, there's 100 blue coins.
Mm-hmm. Here, there's a silver rupee for all the blue coins.
Oh, thank you. What's the exchange rate on a blue coin? 100 rupees.
Yeah.
Now we can add that to the exchange rates with all the other things. Aggressive Thunderbuster. I just made Tuna bust some thunder.
Oh, you give me a very good arrow. Yes.
Blue coin.
Would it be possible to get Yoshi? That's my
What's in it for you?
next free check.
Sure.
And then I have the ability to do all the Yoshi blue coins.
Is there no like god tier item for Rain World that you could ask for as a check that would help you get through the area? Like invisibility or something like that?
Anything
I thought that I
could
could
help.
get something to teleport me to another area, but I think those are traps.
I mean, you could ask for a trap to send you to another area if that exists.
Wait, there
That is true, you could have a trap that
There
teleports.
are
Like
warp
teleport
traps. There are warp traps.
Do you want
Oh
to
my
try
God.
one? Like, if it doesn't do anything, we can just say it didn't work, but...
It's only showing a few areas for warp traps for some reason. I guess we can try, I don't know, is there like warp to like industrial complex?
Well, is it the warp trap called Warp to Industrial Complex? Is that why?
There's not showing any. Wait, now they're all showing up. Okay, they're all showing up now.
Okay.
Warp.
I sent 8-man surveillance footage, whatever that is.
Yeah, that's a good thing that I need to go see.
Excellent.
I can finally hand this thing.
No, stop it.
Bubble fruit.
Alright, there you go.
Bubble
Why
fruit.
are none of these non-DLC areas?
Oh, interesting.
It's not showing a single vanilla area.
I mean, I can always try one, just see if something happens.
Yeah, just get me out of here, honestly, at this point.
Well, but, like, so what are they called? Do they just called Warp to whatever?
Warp. And then name of area.
Okay, what area did you want to try to go to?
Industrial complex if possible would be good.
Did you mean gate? No, that didn't work.
Wait, I gotta make sure I can actually go anywhere from there.
When I typed in warp industrial combat, it said, did you mean outskirts to industrial combat?
Because I can go from garbage waste to shaded citadel, garbage waste to shoreline. Okay, let's do shoreline. Or garbage waste.
Okay, no,
Get your ass over
so
here,
warp
Shadow
and warp
Mario.
trap don't do anything.
Yeah.
Give me that Yoshi egg, mother fricker.
Trying to think what else you could try.
Oh man, I don't know.
I mean, you can see if there's a workshop mod that lets you teleport around.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's... Depending on how long we're going still. Like, I can check.
Personally, I know I can't go for super much longer because I do have to go to class tomorrow.
That is fair.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Teleportation...
I gotta do a research project.
Research?
Yeah. It's been really, like, good
Work
research,
menu.
but the project has been taking a long ass time and I'm very... My brain's fried.
Give me
That's
a
fair.
Feeling that.
You know that feeling, y'all, when you're doing good work and you know you're doing good work, but at the same time it's just draining and exhausting because you're doing so much.
Yep.
Yeah, that is true.
And that
You'll
for like
grab
3
something to
weeks
drink.
straight. But it's all good. It's almost done.
It's too bad I don't have the boss key to this temple. Yeah, it's too.
Like I can hit
It's
him.
too bad, like, because I'm like, if Rain World had an item that, like, you could turn invisible, or you could become invincible for a short time, or something like that, you could have.
Yeah, if we could
Grab
send
one
you
of
I
those.
just got
something that
a
was, like,
very
helpful.
bad luck of the cards. It's fine. I'll just not randomize like the final area in there in the future because I didn't realize how much that screwed me over.
Yeah, it's just you
still.
haven't. Yeah, you haven't been able to leave the first area, basically.
It's that big. Which is unfortunate because I made it so I can like sleep in shelters for checks. But at least it seems like you've just been getting me more things. It hasn't been like hindering you too much.
Yeah, just that like I can't complete my game unless you get to Sky Island, so technically I can't do mine.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Here,
can try this mod. I'm just gonna have to like.
Oh
I
god,
don't
this is
think
bad.
that's
This is
gonna
bad.
help you, but here.
Oh, okay, I survived. Oh. Oh, thank you. That did give me my health back as I was dying in poison.
I help you. I save you.
Appreciate that, friend.
Oh my gosh, I'm alive.
The research I've been doing has been legitimately like huge for me professionally, and
That's cool.
Like,
That's
Which is
awesome.
great.
stuff. It's stuff that, like, our not to talk too personally, but like our daycare director is really huge in the childcare sphere here, and she's like really into what I'm doing and could like use that on a wider scale. Like, that's crazy.
Electric Sphere to sit.
Yeah, those are good. And if I knew this earlier, I probably could have just like saved myself out of this a lot earlier. But oh well.
Yeah.
Oh, is there like a, did you find a
There
mod
was
that
a
might do something?
mod
Oh, cool.
called Warp Menu.
If you tried to install that now, do you think it would like fuck with things?
I have
Oh,
no
wow,
idea.
I would say probably not, because that game has built-in like Steam Workshop, so it's probably gonna be fine.
'Cause,
I could
like,
have used it as like an scapegoat.
well, if it helps you now and you want to use it, like I'm
Yeah, exactly.
all for like do what's
Oh, fireworks! I was like, what am I hearing outside?
Oh,
Firework time.
like I don't want you to be
Yeah, stuck there the whole time.
you know, like I'm sorry that you've been.
That's okay.
Unfortunately, that is the randomizer luck of the draw sometimes, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was surprised. Just like as a side note, we did the Ship of Harkinian Not Enough Items Mega Rando, where we randomized every available option entirely. And we beat it in 2 streams. Like
We
it was
did.
what
crazy.
the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
crazy.
don't know how we kicked ass so hard, but like
It was
yeah.
insane the luck we got in there. Like Ganondorf ended up being inside Jabu Jabu's belly, and like it just all worked out.
Yeah, actually.
Damn. I remember like reading into you guys like when you were talking about Ganon, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah. Yeah,
I
we're
feel
like
like you guys just started this, am I wrong?
yeah, like we literally kept like second guessing. We're like, we can't be at Ganon yet, right? Like that can't be.
Oh god.
That doesn't feel right. Oh, bucket nozzle. Okay,
God
well
in
now I
the
have that
zone,
vanilla.
yeah. Oh god, why are the tunnels flesh colored? I don't like that.
Yep, it actually teleported me.
Oh sweet, okay,
That's good.
Nice.
you got this.
Oh, that would have helped a long time ago.
Hey, it
Yeah.
sucks that you didn't have
Yeah.
it, but
It's all good. I was still able to get a lot of other things.
Yeah, it's just a matter of like, yeah, if you get real stuck on like on a sink, it's worth looking into options.
But now I'm in the shoreline. That's where I was gonna go anyway.
Yeah.
So, we're here.
well, we can do Serena Beach now.
And now I can just go for shelters and stuff.
Yeah, get a whole bunch of checks. If you can find your way to Sky Islands, that's where my special item is.
Yeah, I just didn't want to teleport there because it
Yeah,
just
yeah.
feels
Yeah, of
like.
course.
No, yeah, you were just trying to get to the area that was literally the area you're trying to get to. Oh god, why is there Nicolas Cage bases in the dark? I hate this so much. Why did they do that?
This is beautiful.
I'm your mama, says Peach.
Oh,
I
Hey,
don't
Richard.
think you would know that, Peach.
Yeah, it's just like, but we don't know how babies work as Mario players. There's no details. The stork, right? Wasn't that in Yoshi's
Yeah.
Island? Yeah, exactly.
That's the true way babies are made.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nintendo certified.
yeah.
We gotta keep it appropriate for the kiddos, you know?
Yeah, I feel like you're correct in a sense that like Spike Dragon
Look at that.
Turtle would be awful for that.
Got you 2 freaking checks.
Wait, oh, wait, what Bosky was that? Sent Bosky for Stone Tower. Oh, I can't go to Stone Tower yet. Damn.
I
Was-
did give you the a lot of stuff on Stone Tower though.
Yeah, I have you're right, I have a lot there. Did I get to Stone Tower? Now you got me thinking.
For questioning that means she definitely fucked Bowser up. I mean, hey. Girl gets kidnapped for a long time. You get
Yeah.
bored. Shit happens.
There we go. Ah. Woo.
There is a shelter right there.
I'm actually
Pass the
impressed.
shotgun for the chief thing for you, suit.
Oh, thank you.
Too far off. Okay.
I'm in a shelter. I can get a shelter check.
So many good points.
Now that I can actually do things, I'm getting checks. Oh my god.
Who would have thunk?
Like,
Didn't happen.
Good point.
Rosemary Peach, the worst kept throuple. Yep.
Yeah, legit.
And then there's the Bowsette scandals. Oh, I fell off the other side. That's fine. The water is no longer poisonous. Okay, I think I've gotten everything in Woodfall I can get.
Chest. I need to kill this thing.
Oh, this is another progressive item. Ooh, another blue coin. Man.
Oh,
blue
blue
coins.
coins.
Yeah. A lot of them blues.
oh, I need you. I need you.
Well, we're up to 43 deaths. That's not too bad.
Honestly, was expecting more.
Yeah. Yeah, usually we don't. I made it up to 3 hearts, which is kind of crazy that that's all the heart pieces I got.
I was
Yeah.
able to upgrade my health twice. It's not that
I'm
much.
probably
but
gonna
it's
be
still
able
twice.
to keep going for like an hour, and then I need to go to bed.
Oh, that seems
Enough
fair.
time for me
Yeah.
to make progress.
Yeah. That'll get us enough time for one more check too, if we need to think of something. Okay, so I need to get the thing in Goron City, so I might as well go there first. And-
No. Okay.
I remember being a kid.
And then I
this
need to buy a
level
map.
was horrifying.
Gosh, I don't remember where the last one was.
I had like nightmares about them as a child. Them and their weird electric. No, okay. Chill. Stay.
Ah!
Sorry.
No.
It's fine. Okay, village shop, Romani ramp match. I guess I just need the one from Fat Tuna King's World and the one from Swiss World, and I could technically go for killing Majora, which is crazy.
Yeah, does that?
I can't
where was
promise
mine?
anything.
Yours is the WNOS Tianhu flower. Tianhu
Right on the
flower?
left. Yeah, I can't remember. It's a boss that I need to kill.
And then Sutz is an arena token. Not sure
I
what.
said. Oh wait. I guess Oh, I said not to get dev tokens. Okay, so arena tokens are in there.
What's an
That's gonna be.
Yeah, I was like, what's an arena token? Because I could use a free check for it.
I think you should.
Yeah.
They always require like just like tricks and stuff to get.
Do you still want to do the best programmed ever? What's the best programmed ever? I mean, I guess it's probably the best program ever.
Best
Wouldn't-
programmed game ever.
Oh my gosh.
It was programmed to be the best.
Oh, okay. I like it already.
I want to be the very best. No one ever was.
Okay. I'll get the herb catalyst.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Here, have a red rupee for it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Didn't really cover the $80 I spent on it, but you know, well, it's
Okay,
something.
no, you good. It cover every day.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Far Cry 6.
Oh, Far Cry 6.
If you're done in that hour, do you want to still do the best program game ever? Yeah, we.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, we can, Bucket. I'm just gonna take a small break, grab something to eat, and then we can continue our Far
Food
Cry.
is for the weak, but yeah, no, food. Eat food.
Food is for the weak, but also make sure you guys are eating and taking care of yourselves, okay?
I'm proud to say
Yeah.
I'm weak, but fight me.
Same.
Should I buy Sophie or the United States?
Both.
That's a great question that I don't have an answer to.
Ah, the United States it costs 4 liters.
I'm out of water. Oh no.
It's not even rupees. Like United States, 4 liters. Okay. Oh, it was a blue coin. The United States is a blue coin.
Yeah, right. Fight me.
Made a mistake last week. Passed out after work. Woke up 20 hours later without food. Oof.
Oh,
Oof.
oh
Take
That's
care of
rough.
yourself, please.
Yeah. Oh, pardon me.
That goes for all of you. Take care of yourselves.
Also, I don't wanna.
Do it anyways.
Oh.
You.
What? Oh, okay. I'd see how it is.
Got it.
Hint. Week. Oaths to order. Is in the food quest for jellyfish. Oh, so it just needs to eat a jellyfish. Interesting.
So,
no. Is that seriously all I have left for Food Quest?
I don't know. It just says food quest jellyfish gets me the order.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's jellyfish here. I'm in the right place for it.
Oh, okay. You want to eat a
it.
jellyfish?
Yeah, I'll go find one.
Gate to the exterior shoreline.
Oh, sweet. The thumb stopped hurting. That is good. Thumb shouldn't hurt.
yeah,
In theory.
tummy shouldn't hurt. As a lactose intolerant bitch who regularly lactoses herself, I do get it. My tum hurts all the time. But
I love the idea that lactosing yourself is like a verb.
oh, I say it all the time. Actually, like
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah, I think I got
nominated
lactose.
jellyfish.
Oh.
I ate a jellyfish.
Oh, you did? Did I get it? I must have got
I
it.
don't know.
I did not get it. That's weird.
That was a jellyfish.
Does she need to eat a specific jellyfish?
Don't die.
No, there's
Don't
only
die.
one
Don't
type.
die.
Yeah, it
Don't
just
die.
says food
Don't
quest
die, don't die,
jellyfish.
Don't die, don't die, don't die.
Doesn't look like you sent anything.
I got you the Song of Healing.
Weird. Oh yeah, song healing. I mean, I can only send it to myself if you ate a jellyfish. It could be like when
I didn't think Food Quest sent anything. I thought that was just my completion.
yeah.
So I was surprised. Oh my, no.
Hi, you second boss.
Nope,
The
nope,
cute
nope.
little art.
Da, da, da.
Ah,
Da, da. Then what is that thing?
that's a Leviathan.
Oh,
Okay, I swam around, it's fine.
does it even care about
Eat
you?
it. Eat a
It
lot
will
of them.
if it sees me.
Oh, okay.
Horrific.
So it could care, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah, just eat it.
Eat the Leviathan.
Yes.
Oh, we don't want to go here.
Wait, I need to go murder Tingle again. Hold on.
Best way to have the Leviathan not fight you is to eat it.
Show it who's boss.
Same logic.
Just
I
eat
wish we
it, eat it, eat it, eat it. Go and get it. Just go and bring it down and beat it.
Harold,
Okay.
for all these horrific little shits.
Hey, Gerbo. Oh, his name's Tinkerbell.
Aw, it's adorable.
I want Scotland for 40 lube, please. Oh. Oh, he won't give it to me. Okay. It's fine. Just gotta stare at this creepy thing. Okay, so I got the 2 masks that were in my world. Now I just need to... Oh yeah, sorry, that was supposed to send oaths to order, so... Make... oath to
Done.
Now they should finish building the tower, and then I can grab the thing at the top of the tower. See if it's anything important.
Get a manta rays, man.
Okay. I gotta do the dumb way. Hmm? Oh, the top of the chest doesn't have collision. Okay.
I did it! I killed all the manta rays!
Proud of you.
That seems like something you shouldn't do.
It's okay, they're evil ones that leave behind electric loop.
Oh, okay.
So...
As long as it's okay.
I mean, it's not okay for them, but it's okay for me, so...
It's a win-win situation, got it.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go, perfect.
Another advance at 800, thank you.
You're welcome.
It was a cherry bomb for soot.
Okay, there's a shelter right here. So I need you all to please not die.
Okay.
I'm
Not
just
even
gonna go
level
into the
right now,
shelter right now.
I will hold on to my kidneys. For 2 seconds. And then blow myself up.
Is that where I start making fake panic like I'm about to die?
No. Okay.
Oh god, what's
Okay,
that?
We're good.
Oh,
Okay.
what the heck? It just sent me the oath order. So, oh, I guess you have to sleep
Oh.
after you've eaten something.
Oh, that's probably what it was.
Okay. That worked. Perfect.
Well, now you know.
Yeah, now
Yeah.
I know. And knowing's half the battle.
There you go.
P.I. Joe. So, which one of you is more likely to find the thing? Is it Tuna that's more likely, or is it Soot that's more likely?
Wait, I thought I got you your thing. I thought you, were
You
gonna.
did. I just
Oh.
need the Sky Island thing as well, but I know that's far, so...
Oh.
If you give me like a little view, I think I'm going directly over there after this boss.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll keep grabbing stuff. I was thinking because if we can get one, I can use my 1030 check on the other, and then I can fight Majora and send out a bunch of stuff. I missed a cave over this way that I can check too. And knowing is half of the butthole.
Half of the butthole.
What's half of a butthole look like? Actually, no, you know what? Never mind. I don't want to... Changed my mind immediately after saying.
I got a thing.
Oh gosh, I
Thank you.
hate how they've done some of these enemies. Oh my gosh, it's horrific. Whoa, this is a cave.
Wait, is it fine to not die, Suit?
Oh. If you have to die, you can die.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
she
I'm
made
not
it to
gonna
the
die.
shelter. Yeah, Tuna's never died, ever.
Famously.
Yeah.
Not
I
even
was
once.
just asking to see because I was going to fight an annoying enemy at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, no, it was before because I was trying to keep karma to get to a new area. Now I'm where I need to be. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, beautiful. The
do you
Great
see
Bay.
the difference though since I got out of there?
Yeah.
Like,
Significantly.
yeah. It's like I have
So-
beaten this game like a few times. And once randomized already.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, I know another chat. Ow.
Because I
Levers, get out of here.
hyperfixated pretty hard on this.
Go find a fulcrum.
Hyperfixating on a game. I was a teenage exocolonist apparently as a game, or as an archipelago, and that's been my recent hyperfixation.
Oh, your damage increased for such.
Excellent. Oh,
I debated.
yes.
I'm still low key maybe debating swapping out something for the Grassipelago.
I gotta actually.
Oh, you still got time.
Good function.
That stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as long as you can make an argument for it to be grass, so we're pretty much going with anything at this point.
I need to take a look at the what the archipelago exactly entails, but there is a route where you just become hard.
Yeah, so that's what I was doing earlier. So this is my version of the blast mask, and then like you can do the same thing to normal, but for some reason the sunglasses don't hurt you when they blow up, so you can dab. I think the dab action is like protecting your face from blowing up. It's really weird. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. But I'm like, okay, it's working. To be fair, I was hoping I would have got bombs, mainly because I could have done Goron jumps to get over areas, but then we got Epona anyway, so one of the few exploits I actually know how to do is a Goron jump. Oh, I went too far. It's the final day and I'm doing the Pirate's Fortress, which is probably not the smartest idea, but...
Hey, dream big.
Also, oh man, you should have seen it. The last time I did this randomizer, like for Majora's Mask, I did the golden, like, the golden seahorse section, like where you're supposed to... the seahorse to help you navigate the whole thing. I did it just from memory, and I made it through the whole thing. It was crazy. Oh, there's no map. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yep, you got it. Okay, I guess it's time for me to go fight Majora.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh wait, no, it's not 10:30 yet. I need to wait for the 10:30 check. It's literally gonna... Yeah, I gotta wait. Hold.
Oh. Give it time. Where the hell is this last red coin? Am I going crazy? Where is it?
I know how to get Fierce Deity early. Oh, I didn't know that one. I know how you can put on the Fierce Deity mask anywhere without the without using like mods to do it, but I didn't know you could get it early.
Where the hell is this last red coin?
It's over there.
Also, the exploit to put on a mask anywhere, like the Fierce Deity anywhere, lets you put on the Giant's mask anywhere, but that breaks the game. Do not put on the Giant's mask.
Oh, I get yours once because I token.
Seriously.
A Squall Tula token.
Yeah. I don't think you really need this.
Where is this red coin?
It's my one weakness.
Damn right. I would. I could go over there, but that's not
Oh,
where
yeah.
I need to go now.
Where? Where the hell is it?
That's
I feel
what
like I'm going
she said?
crazy.
Oh, come on.
Question mark?
There
Max,
now.
sure.
Straight very great, babe.
Changes.
Oh my gosh, so many stray fairies. Moon, can you shut up? Thank you.
Oh god.
It's just like in the sky going.
Where's this last red coin? It just gone. Where is it? Am I just misremembering where it is?
Possibly.
Must be. I thought it was like up top.
Okay, there's another hatch. I repeat,
Now I'm like,
there is another hatch. I am approaching.
Well then,
I
don't
might be
approach
able
it.
to get a couple
Problem solved.
checks here.
Approaching hatches sounds like a bad idea.
There's Guardian. Nice.
oh, I think I remember where it is now.
Okay. Oh gosh, I just realized the Guardians that I summon without the order are also going to be Nicolas Cage's.
100% Nicolas Cage, 100% of the time. Okay,
That's like in Helldivers, how democracy protects works 50% of the time, which is all the time.
It's not up here, is it? Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just going nuts.
That didn't seem to give
Maybe I don't remember
any
a goddamn thing.
checks.
Huh.
It might
didn't
have been
see anything
someone
go
that
out.
hinted something to grab.
Yeah, maybe.
I cannot wait till the Mega Rando gets added to this, so like all the grass and barrels and boxes and like Majora's Mask is gonna jump in how many items.
So
Yeah.
excited to do Deathipelago shit before getting in.
Quick warning, this place is gonna be a pain for me to pass.
Okay. So we blame you for all deaths right now.
Yeah.
Yep. We're all
There we
in
go.
agreement?
Yeah.
It's Tuna's fault?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. Even I
it's
agree with
not.
that.
Yes, always tune. Oh my god, what the fuck are those? What the hell are those?
Well, that's
Yeah, the potential death when stood here, Tuna.
yeah.
Oh my god, I've never seen those before.
That's like
Oh my god!
that's like out
No,
of Rick and Morty,
no.
right?
No! Oh my god, what are those? No. Oh my god. Wait, I have weapons. I have weapons. Oh my god. I do not like that. I do not. What are. Fuck.
Sounds like Soot does not consent to whatever these things are. Oh,
I think.
was
I don't
not
know if they're
my fault.
DLC. I don't know what those are.
yeah, but you agreed
I'm
that it's always your
scared.
fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that
Man.
passed my thing.
Oh, okay.
Can't believe Tuna killed us.
How did?
Oh my god, I've never seen those ever there.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna escape. I'm gonna escape and go prep to beat up Majora.
Do it. I wonder how many checks you're gonna
Oh my
give.
God.
Yeah.
Okay, they only came in after. Oh my god. I don't like this.
What are we doing in Archipelago with you playing Sekiro with Deathloop on? Nah.
That sounds fun.
I feel
be
like
down.
that's what I'm doing with this game.
They didn't come for me this time, okay?
Man,
Oh my God,
how did
that
they
was
yeet me
horrific.
over the gate? That's insane.
Oh,
Okay. I mean,
Oh,
I
that's
think
bad.
the Majora's fight's still gonna be tricky though, because I still only have 3 hearts.
No, you're fine. You got this.
And I'm pretty sure base Majora does like 5 hearts of damage, so he's gonna hit for 10. But I'm sure it's fine.
You got this.
I need to have no enemy here.
I just have
one
to
HP.
shabalava.
Come on. I think that's the end. It is. Ugh.
Well, not that far. I almost went to the end of time instead of the,
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Oh wait, that's bad. I think.
Okay, here we go.
More in me.
one more check in the pool for people if you want it.
Whoa. Oh, I don't even know what to ask for.
Hey, I mean, you don't need to use it.
I'll wait till I know.
Oh yeah, that was the end.
Sent
Ooh,
Apple
ooh.
1 up.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the only
Alright.
other nozzle I need is the turbo
Oh, I didn't get to see the
nozzle,
giants.
but
It's gonna be another boss fight for me now.
I feel like I can say I'm pretty good at the game. Heck, honestly, I need to play Sekiro again, because the first time I tried playing it, I was really enjoying it. Then I got stuck in some sort of dream sequence that wasn't making any sense, so I think I did like a side thing. I just got so lost, I dropped the game to play something else, and I was like, I really need to go back and actually play it. Hopefully not hit that same really weird whatever I hit. Herodotus estate? Maybe?
Let me go do this first, since you're in the middle of
Is that like a main section and I just got super lost? Oh god.
No,
You need to do
no.
it for 2 endings. Oh, okay.
that face.
Oh god. The other Nicolas Cages are joining the fight.
Oh my god.
That's the only other console I do.
Okay, phase 2. Or, no, phase 3, because the masks are phase 2. Wow, this is faster than... Your Stadium's real fast for this fight. As long as I don't take
Oh,
hits.
it is.
See, I told you, you got this.
Yep.
Oh
god.
So, yeah,
Oh, nope, he got me.
Oh no!
Man, that was so fast. I didn't even get a second to react. Oh.
Wait, could I also get my turbo nozzle?
Turbo nozzle?
While you're
Okay.
not in the middle of your fight.
And apple
okay.
seed.
Who died?
No!
Turbo nozzle.
Sorry. Game over.
It's okay.
Man. Yeah. So when he's in that running form in phase 3 and he shoots like millions of those orbs, if they clip my like foot, I die. So that's a little scary. I'm gonna have to be
So
a
you
lot
want to know
more.
what? You want to know what's scary too, Tweak?
What?
I'm about to fight the boss too.
Oh, double boss. Let's go.
Who will die to their boss more? Let's find out.
Yep.
The next episode of Goblin and Cobbles.
Yeah.
Oh,
I should have grabbed a fairy in the bottle. That would have actually saved me from one death link.
Go Kobe.
That is
Yeah.
true. I wish I could do that, but I can't.
My advice: put a bunch of funny mods in the game. It's not fun dying to Chained Ogre, but it's funny when Shrek kills you. Yeah, that's fair.
The thing that's fucking me up the most at the moment is I don't have the component to be able to use the Jade I have.
Ah.
Get the Jade or Lily, the power up.
Oh my god, that's bad. Okay.
no.
You won't stop spinning. Oh, okay. Phase 3, but I only have 1 heart this time.
Hi, Kay.
Okay.
Only I had more heart
Okay.
containers.
Got her. It's going pretty good.
It has been chaos.
It was. That's finally my second boss. kid.
Okay. Phase 4.
And Tweak is about to finish his game.
Hopefully. Unless I get hit by it, unless he breathes on me the wrong way, and then I'll die.
I need to try to skip this as fast as possible.
Don't do it. No.
Oh, I never said chaos was bad.
I did it. Oh, it's done. Tuna didn't make it. To the death.
Oh, I'm waiting to see if I get
I know.
any checks.
I was skipping my stuff as fast as possible to be able to make sure that I can finish this before you die.
Oh, I see. So it's the same thing. We were both panicking.
Beehive to sue.
I got a beehive.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. You eat it?
Oh, you can throw it at enemies. Oh, there goes the checks.
There's all the items. You're welcome.
Damn, jumped up to
my
24
goodness.
shine sprites. Holy
I
shit.
got a ton of things.
And you sent so many blue coins that I can probably get a lot more shine sprites.
Excellent. And we got another
Oh
half hour.
my
You might be able to win. No,
God.
probably not win. But you'll be able to get really
No.
far.
There's no
I'm
way
not
I'm
gonna
gonna
be able to win. I'm just going for shelters and going to just try and get things.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way I can win this unless you gave me a lot of my seals that I need to get the final boss.
It gives you all the seals.
Every single seal.
Every
Yeah,
single
the
one.
way I made it is my seal are randomized and not against a boss. And I still need to get all 8 seals to go fight the
I didn't do
final
it.
boss.
Plus when I
how
died
many,
there.
how many blue coins do we have here? Let's take a peek.
Fuck this!
Oh, I've got Noki Bay now.
Nice,
You
nice.
can get that thing that Squid hinted ages ago.
Oh, beautiful.
I've got 51 blue coins.
Oh,
Jesus.
God. Oh gosh, the Nicolas Cage Guardians are... It looks like they have a butt crack in the middle of their face.
There must have
Oh my
been
God.
200 in the pool then, instead of 100.
Well, Skull Kid looks
51
kind of
right
the same. Actually, just like human eyes instead of Skull Kid eyes.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh, you give me
You
good
still
stuff.
miss me, video? Oh god, Epona. I forgot how horrendous Epona is.
She's not there anymore. Good.
Oh, hi, Leviathan. Oh,
Oh, there's my turtle nozzle.
why'd you have to come all the way over here?
Oh yeah, what the
You
heck?
you gave me 3 healing pipes.
Oh, nice.
I finally have stuff I can heal myself more than just the first 2.
Yay! I decided I want to do more Hollow Knight. Ooh. Hollow Knight's always good.
Yeah, it's fun.
I'm just waiting for this guy to leave. Please.
Oh
Whoa.
gosh.
Whoa.
Did it try to reach for you?
I think it did. Okay. Okay.
Our story, will you help me? I don't want that, friend. Okay.
Our story. Will
But-
you help me?
But they haven't forgotten me. Friends are good about us. Can I be friend? Okay. About us, the smell of adventure, sing in the woods.
Can they be friends?
About us, do it. Oh, okay. Evil demons leave masks behind. Oh, good to know.
What the frick?
Wait, does that mean all the people I helped were evil demons?
No. Why are the
I
water
concur.
centipedes? I do not like these new enemies. Oh my god. Hell no. Hell no.
I finally got it back. Okay. I live with someone else. Travel. Thank you. Okay. Oh my god, that looks horrific.
That was real fear. That was real, genuine fear.
I've never seen that before. I just got the DLC recently, and everything is scary.
Oh, there's some good advice from the Happy
I
Mask
have
salesman.
never seen these things show up before, and I don't want it.
Yeah, he has advice as he's leaving. He says, always read more.
I mean,
Oh my god.
Reading is
Why were there giant water centipedes.
But you did, Item Joy. Yes, our story. Good luck. What?
This.
This story makes so much sense. We all have something we need a. Where are we? How did I get to the hotel? Interesting. I'm Mardi Gras. Oh, it's Mardi Gras, okay. About us, do you have your own business? We all have carnivals. We reserve the rights. Okay. Yes, I agree.
So, I should
Sir,
be.
can I have
Now
my-
that I got all of these, I should be able to go do this.
What
Can
thing
I
do
have
you...
my turbo nozzle, please?
Wait, did I not send that?
No, well, yes, you did, but it's this Shadow Mario has my turbo nozzle.
Oh, he
I'm trying to
stole
get
it. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Sorry.
If you
Yeah,
want to
today
send me
fireworks.
something,
Nicholas
send me
Day
double
fireworks.
jump.
Double jump? Okay.
Excuse me.
There it is! There is the trap! He sent me daddy long legs, and he was right there.
What the heck? Didn't find double jump. Did you mean immovable jade? What?
No, try
oh,
air jump.
God.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my
Air
God.
jump.
Okay, I'm taking out the big guns. Oh, my freaking Lord.
Yep. Oh, air dash? No, you already have air dash.
No,
Hmm.
wait. Is it Sagan jump? Let me look.
Shadow Mario, can I please have
Is there
my
a
turbo
progressive jump?
nozzle?
Is that a thing?
No, give me a second. Let me see if I can hint.
No, that's progressive shot. Okay. Ah, beautiful.
Excuse me, sir.
How do we own the business when we are drunk? Yes. I didn't answer her question. Yes.
Oh, God.
I think my game's just stuck. Oh, you guys sent a death link in the cutscene. I think I'm just dead in the festival's going
Okay.
on.
Those are not worth
Oh my
using.
god. Oh wait, it's Cloud Leap.
I'm so close to getting my turbo nozzle!
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's just chasing Shadow Mario sucks because there's no way to move
There you go.
while
Oh.
spraying.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, my game is my game died.
Oh, no.
Well, because I died during the
I
ending
mean, you
cutscene.
finished it, so if
Yeah. Okay, let me.
anyone's game died, it's good to be the person
Hello,
who,
Clay.
So sorry, I missed 2 deaths there.
How you doing?
Hi,
We're at-
Clay.
We are at 40. We should be at 49 now. Yeah. Excellent. It's fine. We're so close to the end now. That works out well. Link was always dead. I mean, yeah, in Majora's Mask in a sense.
True.
What about
You can,
jump
like,
spray?
kind of jump spray.
How's the archipelago? Good. I just killed Majora.
It's been chaotic.
The
That's
big
going
thing is
good.
the fact that like on a emulator it's a lot harder to spray while moving. You can technically do it, but the controller inputs are really weird with it.
Yeah.
So
You just need a GameCube USB controller. Although
let's
those
get
sometimes aren't
Okay,
perfect
it's,
either.
It's normal.
To be fair.
No, it's not. The Leviathan's there. Hey, buddy.
Give the Leviathan a
Hey.
hug. Eat it. No.
Hey. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna let you move on. No.
oh my god.
Before I
it's-
pass.
No. Yeah. We could pretty much wrap it up whenever at this point. When people are happy
Yeah.
with
I
where
get my
they're.
turbo nozzle at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to y'all.
Yeah, I'll probably be wrapping up. I mean, you guys are welcome to keep going.
Let's go. 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 Go.
We-
Go. Go.
Well,
Go. Go.
I
Go.
gotta work tomorrow as well. Today's the day off, but yeah.
I do have to work tomorrow, but I do want to eat something before continuing my stream with Bucket.
Yeah, that's just true. If you're gonna continue your stream,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can raid into
exactly.
you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
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 I also still got a
Got no game audio from Soot?
pork belly.
It looks like it's coming through. It's just there's not a lot of audio coming from the game. I assume it's just because...
It's a kind of a quiet game.
Yeah, it just might be a quiet area.
Because it is on.
Yeah. The NDI's there. Yeah, like compared to Majora's Mask, it's probably a lot quieter.
Yeah.
Especially with the cursed sounds I had installed.
For sure.
Yeah, just because it came up earlier. So our community game this week is Crowd Control of Valheim.
Yeah, we're gonna continue it for like a couple more sessions.
Yeah.
We're not gonna go into DLC.
Yeah. Or not DLC, but like, so we're
now that
planning
we
to
got
do...
news of 1.0, we will
Yeah.
be doing a community server later on.
Yeah, we're planning to beat Biomass and maybe we'll go to Modar, but we're not sure.
We'll see how we feel.
Yeah.
Because we might wanna like switch to something new. There's a lot of things like we want to do.
Our community game list that we want to play is kind of starting to back up, so we need to start playing some more.
Yeah. Also, the Slay the Spire community nights have been really good.
Yeah.
I want to do more of that. So we haven't done Deep Rock or Road Core or anything like that a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, Road Core is still slightly on the fence with the more players mod, but I still want to play some more of it in general. We haven't tried the Far Far West, like 12-player mod.
Yes, I do want to
That would
try
be
that.
crazy.
Which
Yeah.
we are compiling a list
Yeah.
for our stream anniversary is on the 11th.
Noise.
At the same time as my
That is your
birthday,
stream
everyone might do
anniversary.
something together.
Tweet.
Yeah.
I can tell we're all fading. But yeah, we have a lot of community games planned for that day. It's gonna be fun.
Trying to think of
And a
all
lot
the ones.
of just chaotic, fun stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got
I'm hoping to get
several
that out this week, just so people can see what the incentives and stuff are.
Yeah, I'll be putting out something soon.
Hmm.
It'll be
If
fun.
you ever want to get back into
I
Sekiro,
got
hit me
a
up. Sure.
giant ass
Sounds good.
bulk of candy
Well, you could have just stopped
just
at...
for the stream anniversary. That's gonna also last me a year.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of candy over here.
Yeah, I wanted to do like a sweet and sour roulette whenever there's a sub. So I got like a bunch of sour keys and also fuzzy peaches, and I'm just like, yep, okay.
Yeah.
It looks like a mountain of candy here.
Yeah.
my dream. Just a mountain of candy.
It's beautiful. So if you want to give the kobold zoomies, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm gearing to wrap up.
Yeah, that's
that
fair.
is fine.
We did
Yep.
pretty good overall, I would say.
Yeah.
Considering we
That's
kind of only did like this was only what 4 hours
Yeah.
stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, so only 4 hours to get that far in Archipelago is not not easy.
It's not bad at all.
Yeah. So
So
this
much
is fun.
chaos of the Death Link.
Almost 50 deaths. We were at 49.
Yes. I can fix that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hang on, someone died. Make it exactly 50.
Wow, that's sad. Are you just drowning yourself?
No, I got taken by the leeches. It's worse.
Oh no. Okay.
If
That's even
those
more
leeches
fun.
grab you, they pull you under.
Oh.
Ugh, I was about to grab a nightcap.
And 50. There we go. 50 deathlinks. Perfect.
Beautiful.
Well, that was
Yeah.
fun. I'd love to do more Deathlink. What I might do with the Grass Pelagos, I might turn on some of my Deathlink in my games just in case people want to play at the same time.
I'll see
But-
what it allows
fair.
Death Link, and I
Yeah.
may.
Yeah. Because I'm going to turn on Deathlink and Pikmin in there, because most of the time I won't be playing the same time as other people, but when I am, I want to see how brutal it is.
I'm pretty sure I
Yep.
turned on Deathlink and Ship of Harkinian.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go do a boss fight now. Because why not?
Oh, heck. Yeah, might as well. But we'll raid you over to Tuna, because they're going to keep streaming. And, so-
Yeah.
and
Yep.
I can leave the server on until you're You're happy to-
Yeah,
So-
I'm gonna try to finish it. All I need to do is try all the seals.
Oh my god, but how? I'm sitting there in other people's games.
Depending if all my seals are in there or not.
Yeah. That's true. Excellent, excellent.
I'm not even supposed to be fighting him now.
Oh, beautiful.
I just poison him, so it's good.
Excellent. So we're gonna send you over to Tuna. We aren't streaming tomorrow. Usually we stream on Thursday, so this was kind of a switch
Yes,
around.
we are seeing friends, and then we will be back on Friday.
Yeah.
And then art fight stuff next week.
Yeah. Get into the art fight on here. What about you two?
Yeah.
What are you doing next?
For folks on my end, I'm not streaming Thursday, Friday, but Saturday will be more Sonic Heroes with
Nice.
Jeff. We're at the
Sonic.
last team, so
Ooh, what is your last team? Is it Chaotix?
we left Chaotix for
Yeah,
last.
that's yep. Oh yeah. We're sending you over to Tuna. They're gonna keep streaming.
Yeah.
What about you, Tuna? What else are you doing this week?
Dying.
Fair enough.
I heard the death.
Okay,
Yeah.
anyways.
Yeah,
I heard
sounds
the
good.
death noises.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm not too sure. I know that Thursday, if I don't finish too late, I might join Kane to streaming some Deadlock.
Oh, sounds good.
Oh, nice, nice.
Oh, hell yeah.
If not,
Oh,
it
Well,
will be pretty much Friday.
we can continue this on Tuna's channel. 'Cause they're going over there now.
Oh,
Yeah, just get over here, Tommy.
Goodbye.